Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PMSL League stage ends today, and our teams are going to have one more chance to try and jump up on those numbers. We've got plenty of teams looking to do so. Will they be able to do it? Only time will tell. 6 matches for today. Of course, you all know where it's going to be starting, but we'll save that for later, for when we reveal the same thing once more. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and this is the PMSL EMEA.
It is indeed. I'm excited to get into it, honestly. It's going to be a very, very good one. It's the final day to get up towards that top 16 to head towards those finals. It's exciting stuff. Some teams it's a little bit more frightening, to be honest with you. So I think that they will be fighting for their lives here. Some teams just want to get towards the top of those tables and pick up as many bonus points as possible to assist them in that jump up towards the top side in the finals. So you can assist us back at home by checking out our socials, staying up to date with the show, which you can find underneath me in just 2 seconds. There it is. Ooh. Beautiful. Over at pubgmobile.europe official for Instagram, PUBG Mobile Europe for YouTube, and I believe it's PUBG Mobile EU official for TikTok. So make sure you are checking all those out for us here on the show and staying up to date with everything that goes on.
Let's take a look at what these teams are competing for. Of course, every single team is looking to get towards those finals for a big chunk of that 400k grand total prize pool there. You can see that $227,500 being given out in the finals. If you make it to finals, a minimum of 5k cash guaranteed for 16th place in the finals, but you've got to get there first. So everybody looking to try and take that one home. You can see 16th place, 5k, but the ladder ups are pretty severe as you go on. $500 a spot until you reach that 7th place. Then it ups and ups and ups and ups until you get to 55,000. There you go.
500 million.
550. How about that? But this is our schedule. We are, of course, on the 2nd of June, which is the end of League stage. Week 3 is coming to a close, and we will be deciding the 16 teams moving forwards to kick off on the 7th with the finals.
Yep, so 4 days off here in between. Again, like I said yesterday, if you weren't here, don't worry if we're not here on the Wednesday, the 5th. You know, we just have 2 extra days off this week before we head towards those finals, which is a bit more of a sprint over 3 days. But today is all about seeing who can come out on top towards that top of the tables there to get as many bonus points as possible. And realistic, there's some teams doing some massive stuff. Let's take a look at what some teams were able to achieve yesterday, because Moneymakers were putting on a bit of a show.
Yep, they certainly were. I think yesterday really was the Moneymakers starting to do a little bit more with their time, and 3D Max continuing to push up just that little bit further, be that strength that we haven't really seen from that roster in quite a while. Brute Force, they were up and down. Yet again, Team Spirit as well. A pretty solid resurgence for them from their second day of this week. We will be seeing them again today, but they were allowed to take home that chicken dinner on Sandhawk with some of the best players that we saw that day. I think it's fair to say they were really, really coordinated coming off those hillsides.
Yeah, they really were. It was fairly impressive, actually, what they were able to do. Again, that really just speaks to the team. I think that there's a lot of teams who can win games from strong positions, but it really does take a particular type of team to turn the odds around for themselves. We saw yesterday, like you said, Team Spirit just getting some more work on the board. Brute Force actually having themselves not terrible of a day yesterday, honestly, and able to get a bit further up towards those leaderboards. Unfortunately, their start of the week was again quite horrific. Here's Heroic on a screen looking awesome. However, their scoreline is not awesome over on the overalls, which we'll take a look at in a little bit to just really analyze and break down where these teams need to be pumping up those points. Let's take a look now at our weekly overalls. So not the overalls, but just what's been going on this week.
This will, of course, decide who gets the bonus points from this week. Sat at the top, 200 points for IWNRX, a really strong scoreline. Potentially the top score this week, but 3D Max Moneymakers looking to try and chase that one down today. If they can get in those 60-point score lines, they would be in with a shot there. Team Spirit, a little bit more of an outside chance. Same story for Gladiators and Brute Force, but still, I mean, realms of possibility, sure. Very, very unlikely, even for these teams, even for a team like Team Spirit, to be able to jump up and get first place, but they can bolster their bonus points by laddering up a couple of times here.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, I believe it was the max points we've seen from a single day in a single week was 71 from Brute Force, if I'm not remembering incorrectly. So for Team Spirit, to put that in perspective, they'd need 74 points this day alone just to break even with IWNRX. It's a big jump. It's a very, very big jump, and it's very unlikely to happen. So I think right now, between the Moneymakers, 3D Max, Team Spirit, potentially the Gladiators, they're fighting out for that second place position. But I do think right now, with the points where they are, it is more 3D Max and Moneymakers jostling around between that top 3 position. But IWNRX, not sure that they'll be going anywhere anytime soon unless 3D Max is able to just keep on going with it.
Yeah, and here we drop down to our second page. Some of these teams going to be in a pretty fierce contest today. You can see FLUX, KAOS and Twisted Minds on the tables there, both on 102 points. It doesn't matter as much where they finish relative to each other on this table, but they are very, very closely tied right now over on the overalls. So we'll hop over to that story in just a moment once we've seen the full table here. Speaking of, there's the bottom 4 spots. Unfortunate situations for, well, mostly Heroic here, and we'll be touching on them again in just a moment. Onyx Ravens, 71. We keep feeling like we just want more from these guys, but they just not quite finding it quite a few times now in a row, as well as FLUX this week. A notable downturn for their games this week.
Yeah, I don't think we talked too much about FLUX, but for that team, it has always been an uphill battle during this tournament for them. I think that there's still more gas in the tank for them going into the finals, but it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look at all how it used to for FLUX and how they were able to perform in the past. But yeah, for Onyx Ravens as well, just on that point, I think for the Onyx Ravens, just uncoordinated. Let's get coordinated on those points totals, though, over on our overalls over the last 3 weeks. Damn, it's been a long, long time. You see here up towards the top side, we took a look at it yesterday, but it will have changed things up just a little bit here, John.
Yeah, and you can see IWNRX at the top, noted that they do have 6 matches behind, so Team Spirit still could jump up on over, and 20 points on the day. I think that's much more reasonable than them taking first place on this week's standings. So we'll see if Team Spirit are able to make that jump. The tiebreaker between Moneymakers and Brute Force, of course, decided by the 10 chicken dinners that the Moneymakers have, which is absolutely wild that they've been able to rack that up. And something we've kind of criticized them for is not really having other point scoring potentials in those scenarios. But when you look at their placement points, they're very tied with Team Spirit. Team Spirit just getting far more eliminations to give them that advantage. This front page, all looking very, very safe. 3D Max, a little bit on the outside here. They're one of our teams that we're looking at today, as well as the Moneymakers to try and jump up over IWNRX.
Yeah, it's certainly possible for either of these teams. I think a little bit more possible, I'd say, for Team Spirit to get the overall first place in this league stage. I think for, 24 points that they need to accrue over the points today to hit that number 1 position mark. And I think that'd be a nice way to cap off their week. It is still sort of insane to me that with the guys over on IWNRX having that bad second week, they're still up there towards the top. But this is the important page, John. Heroic, 15th place, 315 points, but all matches now played.
Yeah, that is the benchmark that the teams chasing will have to look for. And really, our eyes are set on 2 teams here on this chase, with a peripheral vision of one other. Twisted Minds and FLUX KAOS both playing today. Heroic not able to score any more points. Twisted Minds currently sat only 8 points behind Heroic, and FLUX KAOS only a further 5 above that, meaning that they'd need 13 points to ladder up over Heroic. If both of these teams surpass that barrier, Heroic will be in 17th place, and they will not be going to finals. It is a crucial day for Heroic, and it's unfortunate that they're not playing, but they've already had their opportunity. Of course, Onyx Ravens sit on 267, which is pretty far out of the question of getting up and over that overall scoreline, but it could all change, right? And this is what we love to see, these final moments. A team like Onyx Ravens, we know they can get stuck in. So there is still that weird outside alien possibility of that happening.
Yeah, it's certainly an opportunity for them, but in my mind, those teams over in 18th, 19th, 20th place, to me, they are sort of done with the tournament. And I think that all three of them have done their absolute best. And I think we do have to absolutely remember that this PMSL EMEA has been ultra difficult for a lot of teams. This is no longer a case of. I think last year we had the championships, right? And we would, pit two regions together a lot of the times. But now we're bringing everyone that would have gone to a championship into a super league. So that kind of competitiveness from the championships has now just been displayed all the way through. These are our overall stats from all weeks between Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Twisted Minds would like to get ahead of this team. Well, not ahead of them, but they need to continue putting up these kind of points. And it's interesting to see that their averages are very similar, despite Twisted Minds being much further ahead. And I think that's because they did have some pretty terrible days towards the beginning of their tournament.
It's quite looks deceptively similar, right? And obviously being slightly lower on the tables, I think Twisted Minds in 16th. I think Team Falcons are right at the bottom there.
Yeah.
There is a distinct difference in their average survival time, and when you're getting down to those small amounts of time, that really does add up and shows you that difference that amounts to about 50 points. Let's take a look at, I believe we're looking at some more comparative stats from this week.
It's Footballist and Twisted Minds as well. So these are the two teams that wanted to jump up ahead over Heroic. These are our overall tournament stats here. And again, Footballist KAOS definitely look better than Twisted Minds, right? But the average elims, 2.92, average placement of 9. If both these teams just do this today, that will be enough to jump over Heroic. This is all it will take. Okay, so I think that if they can just keep on their average, and it's not a super high average either, John, let's be honest. They can just keep on their average, they will shunt Heroic down. And that is what both these teams would like to see. And again, Heroic had a real lukewarm yesterday, let's be honest. I think they could have pushed things a lot further to try and cement their position. And I do think they had a fairly decent go at it on one of the angles. But other than that, it's just not meant to be.
Yeah, all you're looking for here for those teams towards the bottom is like 3 points a match, right? If you can get 3 points a match, you would be into those finals, which is the main goal. You can forget a little bit about those bonus points for the time being. You can worry about that when you are already in, when you're already qualified. So we'll have to wait and see who's able to do that. Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar. That's right. The last one being, of course, another Miramar, which will be the deciding match. I'm looking at the bonus point standings right now. Blank and Heroic have managed to purloin 16 bonus points out from the lobby, and they won't be playing today. So potentially a little bit unfortunate for teams looking to try and utilize as many bonus points in the finals as possible. But, of course, the last group to sit out will be Group D. Heroic, IWNRX, current leaders, had their last day yesterday as well. Power, Esports, and S2G as well, both going to be sitting out. Everybody else taken to the battlefields for the last time in the league stage.
Yeah, and I think that, to be honest with you, when you think about those teams that are getting pushed out from the lobby at the moment with IWNRX, S2G, these are the type of teams that take up a ton of space in the circle. And I think whenever we have seen IWNRX and S2G out of the lobby, it has resulted in teams having so much more freedom within this lobby to actually play. Twisted Minds often get themselves into unfavorable engagements with IWNRX too, so potentially a day for Twisted Minds to have a little bit more leeway. This is probably the best day for IWNRX not to be playing for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's their last chance. So remove one of the strongest teams that they regularly butt heads with. It can only be on the up and up. It's going to be interesting as well to see what a team like Onyx Ravens does with today, because if you consider the fact that only with a massive standout day are they even in with a chance of qualifying for finals, right? do they just start to get a little bit freaky with it? Do they start to, get in and amongst things that they haven't really tried before? Use this as probably like the best possible training for next season as well, when it comes to taking on some of the best teams in the region, and to developing some strategy in order to move forwards and learn those lessons, even if they don't make it to finals. Because that's going to be quite an interesting one for me. I'm also thinking about the other teams towards the lower end of the tables, Na'Vi and Falcons. Are we going to see something more proactive, more aggressive, or maybe slightly spookier from them?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, for Onyx Ravens, it's going to be a really tough day for them. I think that playing not only under pressure, but under such a high points margin, because I am 100% assuming that today Heroic's going to get knocked out from those overalls and sent down into the bottom 4, and they will be not joining us for the finals. But for the guys like Onyx Ravens, they will have to not only jump above Heroic, they'll have to jump above Twisted Minds and Football is Chaos, who are both going to be doing their darndest today to get as many points as possible. So it's going to be a tough one. And it is slightly sad because I think Onyx Ravens have shown the most promise out of those teams towards the bottom. But I think that this week has just been very, very uncoordinated from them. There's been some fights that just haven't felt like they're working together alongside with Ali. There's been a lot of individual play. So I'm not sure what's happening in the team there, but I really hope they don't give up now and maybe can get something done.
Tell you what you guys can get done. That's logging in and getting your pass, getting involved with our event that we are putting on especially for you from May 31st until June 30th for the Dark Arts Gentleman set and the Dark Legend UMP 45 skins. You can see there some of our players rendered modeling those outfits and looking pretty fresh indeed. Kelsey from S2G from Flesh, sure, why not? Kelsey from S2G and Lord, obviously from our region, from EMEA there, and some of the best players from around the world also looking very fine.
Absolutely. So make sure that you get your hands on the Dark Arts Gentleman set, the Dark Legend UMP. You can redeem that from May 31st to June 31st using the promo code EMEA X PMSL Pass to help yourself get some points vouchers and level up within that event. So please do check that one out. We're always giving out freebies, aren't we, John?
Oh, yeah. You can't stop us. Actually, they tried to, but they can't. It's actually been a big point of contention between us. But no, absolutely. Just grab it while it's hot, whilst you still can, because it is still, of course, that limited time offer. Falcons, they seem to, they're aware what is going to be going on today. I'm hoping that they do see something a little bit different from them. And this is sort of where you can, breathe that sigh of like, okay, we've accepted our fate in this situation, and we just want to get a little bit more involved. It's also interesting the dynamic between Twisted Minds and Onyx Ravens, right? You said that Onyx Ravens are going to have to jump over Twisted Minds. That's some twin-on-twin rivalry going on there between Dammy and Vigors. So they are going to be trying their best to take one another down with a definite advantage for Twisted Minds at this stage.
Yeah, an absolute definite advantage for Twisted Minds. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one. And I think both the brothers here would like to see either of them go through to the finals. So I think they'll be pleased either way. Maybe a little bit miffed that they weren't able to go themselves. But if you do get in towards those finals, you'll be able to head over towards that PMWC. There is 5 slots available. 4 at the top there to head through to the group stages directly, and 1 final 5th spot for 5th place to go towards that survival stage. So just hang on. And that's all happening through from the 19th to the 28th of July this year, 2024. So make sure you tune in and catch that one, because it's going to be coming around pretty quickly. We started this tournament a little bit late in the year here. Usually we start a little bit earlier. So right around the corner, straight into the World Cup. And then I imagine straight into PMSL 4. So a lot of action going on for PUBG Mobile this year in a very short time frame. So we got you covered when it comes to content.
Just getting themselves ready, getting sorted, getting organised, popping the t-shirt, repping the brand, repping the sports team. It's a pretty good looking t-shirt. The team though, hasn't been as impressive as maybe I think some people would have thought moving into this tournament. They've had some solid plays, and I think that in general, one thing that Beşiktaş have done quite well is been able to wait for the opportune moment from the outside and try and take some interesting positions towards those sort of zone 5s. I feel like that's where they're at their strongest, but in a full gunfight, I just don't see them standing up as strong against a couple of our higher power teams.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. DA as well. Look, a little bit nervous here, which is a bit unfortunate. But I think that they can definitely do some good stuff here in the tournament. It's just become a little bit more difficult for them as some of their tactics have been thrown out the way. Let's take a quick look at some power rankings between Team Spirit and some of our other teams in this tournament.
Gönül isterdi şu altlara yapıştıralım ama.
Как-то думаешь, усилились разве?
Herkese merhaba. Bugün yanımda Pozer ile takımları sıralayacağız.
Assalamu alaikum ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu. Ma'akum Hasan Salah min Team Hero.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Мa'акум Наев, Шери min Team Hero.
Всем привет, с вами команда Team Spirit, и сегодня я, Анатолий Наоми, и
Влад Нови.
вместе мы составим overall ranking PMSL EMEA. Погнали!
FF'i direkt kafaya koyuyorum.
Koy.
Çok konuşmaya gerek yok.
Koy direkt kafaya.
Первая команда ГГшки, я думаю, очевидно.
Очевидно.
New Challenger.
New Challenge. BD تيم يلعبون مع بعض من زمان، قد طلعوا بطولات عالمية فأكيد عندهم خبرة عالية. فعشان كذا أنا اخترته.
NIGMA Galaxy.
Bence tapkanlık değil onlar. Bir altı yani.
Ben de seni kırmıyorum.
Усилились еще игроком из реджектов. Я бы
Как ты думаешь, усилились разве?
Не, ну все равно
Нет.
NIGMA это стабильно, знаешь, стабильная команда. Я вот поставлю сюда.
Bu eski SPG kadrosu. Williams. Bunları neye koyabiliriz?
Çalışır.
Değil mi? Tam yere.
Yani tam onlar için yapılmış bir. Uci.
Koy direkt kafaya koy. Düşünme oğlum.
Bak arasına bile düşünme.
Spirit bunlar baş düşmanımız. Bunları
En altta
gönül isterdi şu
şuraya
altlara yapıştıralım ama çok da şey yapmıyorum. Bence bunlar Rising Star ya. Değil mi?
Окей, let's go.
Нет, так можешь.
Через верит.
Tom Gun, очевидно.
استرجي تيم تركي جدا أداء أسطوري.
Avray. 3-4, 3.5.
Dörde yapıştır. Nereye geldi? Nereye şu üste doğru koyabilirsen eğer.
Ama şimdi ben burada Türk'ün gücünü gördüm biraz.
Gösterelim oğlum ne olacak.
Hiç konuşmuyoruz.
Onu üste koy. Şu daha üstlere şimdi şuralara yapışıyorsa koy yapışıyorsa buralara koyalım.
Direkt. Burada.
Next is Суджи. Новый капитан, новый игрок, который, по сути, не такой уж
Чем наложил?
опытный. Я бы даже вот так сделал бы.
Beşiktaş, VINCERE.
توب جانز اللي هو هيكون افضل تيم بالبطولة. اول تيم هيرو. Bende bu Onyx bunlar zaten biraz yanlışlıkla çıktı gibi. Ben vardı ben direkt koyuyorum şuraya çok düşüp.
Моя последняя команда, получается, Оникс остается. Ставку на них делать тоже не хочу.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Yani bizim düşüncelerimiz bu şekilde.
Все, на этом все. Это наш предик. Посмотрим, как окажется на самом деле.
Tekrardan izlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. İyi günler.
Few of our teams, those power rankings don't affect the overall standings. Some interesting dynamics being displayed there as we see our teams giving their prior thoughts before this tournament about where everybody else sits, about who they think is their main competition, and what they think of themselves. I think it's always a bit cruel to get a team to rate themselves in these tournaments, but that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see.
He's just rocked up a new haircut last day. I mean, I respect it. I respect it. Just changing things up massively. Remove the curtains. Gone for the curlies. Okay. IWNRX here up against Team Spirit. This is all week's averages. It's pretty impressive, honestly. It's pretty impressive for IWNRX to actually have a higher average placement point to Team Spirit, despite that second week. I think that's the craziest thing that we're taking a look at here.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that IWNRX, as you say, superly underperformed their metrics when it came to week 2. That's pretty crazy stuff. And overperformed on damage as well against Team Spirit. With Team Spirit having a bit of a lower day yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. That might also play into it. But in general, IWNRX definitely the winner when it comes to this page. The difference maker, obviously, those are limbs. That difference of 0.32 really starts to add up when you consider the number of matches these guys are playing, which is, I think that we're now up to over 60, somewhere near 70 matches. That 0.3 suddenly becomes 30 points, right? It's quite an impact on these tables, and it cannot be overlooked, even though you have those average placement differences.
Yeah, so I think for when we look at those two guys, those are, if you to hedge your bets on anyone, John, I think that if you were a betting man, you would bet on either of those teams towards the top side of the tables for finals, first, second place. And I think that would be completely reasonable. I think they have differentiated themselves quite extremely from any other team within this tournament. It just feels like there's a lot of scraps going on underneath these two titans of the league, which is always fun to watch and experience happen at the same time. Because it's nice to know that none of these other teams are willing to allow both these squads to take it all home. Basically, I think it's nice that there are still teams underneath them challenging, even just this week with the Moneymakers and 3D Max once again making an innings for that first and second place. It's really cool. It's really, really cool to see. FLUX here.
Oh. Hey, they're going all the way down. Oh, they're trying to send it back. It's a little bit of disconnect there. Maybe kind of representative of what's been going on in the FLUX team. Some miscommunication. Yeah, uncoordinated. And underperforming. Let's take a look at some of their stats, of course. For this team, it seems like Ketch is still very much the front runner on these overalls. The average damage of 293, very much ahead, and the average everything else also really quite significantly ahead.
Average everything.
Average everything else just better. But the standout here for me is Solke's survival time, and it's something we've talked about quite a lot for a few teams now, is having that one player who goes down too early, really, really dragging them down.
Yeah, I mean, Solke used to be looked at as one of the best IGLs in the region, like maybe 1 or 2 years ago for Turkey. And I think that we have just bred some incredible talent over in Turkey already. So I sort of think he just got phased out a little bit. He was one of the OGs, though. I'll give him that. He was one of the OGs in that region. You know, even playing in those international tournaments before, I think that PUBG Mobile really took off in a big way over in Turkey. So I think that it's nice to still see him around, though it is sort of telling that Ketch is very much the one who's keeping that team alive there. I think FLUX has been pulled apart in terms of a roster multiple times now. Not retaining some of their best players, going off to different teams. Ketch, one of the players to be remaining. Ketch being I would say Ketch is very akin to Zedwolf, right? Okay. In his heyday. He was sort of that rising star. He was unbelievably good at the game. And he still is. And he still is unbelievably good at the game.
Yeah, I would agree. Unfortunately, though, FLUX not having the best of results, I think most notably this week. Their first 2 weeks, perhaps a little bit better, but they've still got one more day to put some points on the board, and they're looking pretty safe to go to the finals. We're likely to see them there too. Oh, goodness me, Nomi, don't look at me like that. That's pretty terrifying. We're going to have to go to a break.
Get ready for the PUBG Mobile Super League we all have been waiting for. The teams that have qualified will gather in Katowice, Poland, where the tournament will be held, and teams will face off against each other on the live stage from May 15th to the 9th of June. So let's take a closer look at how the tournament will progress. We start off with the league stage, which will last a total of 3 weeks. Every week we'll have 5 match days, consisting of 6 matches per day. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups, and each group will play 4 out of 5 playdays. Teams are awarded with bonus points based on their placements after each week. In the second and third week, the groups get reset and are grouped based on their weekly placement points. The top 16 teams at the end of the 3 weeks based on their combined score of each week will be moving on to the finals, where they will compete for the title. Additionally, half of the bonus points they've earned in the league stage will be added to the finals, giving them a crucial head start going into the finals. The finals are spread over 3 days, where they will play 6 matches per day. The top team at the end of the tournament will be crowned winners of PMSL EMEA Spring 2024. Additionally, the top 4 teams will also be moving on to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup 2024 group stage, whereas 5th place will be moving on to the survival stage. The pressure and stakes are higher than ever, so tune in and watch your favorite teams and pro players live in action on May 15th.
We are gearing up to get into Sandhock here for the start of the final day of league stages, the final day of week 3 for our teams to compete for a chance to get in towards those finals and a chance to pave their way along the road to the Esports World Cup. That's what it's about for so many of these teams, as well as that big old chunk of change towards the top, that 55k first place prize. Teams will be salivating to get at that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now they don't look as happy.
Oh, dear.
That's purely because we have some technical delays at the moment.
Lufa's got a new haircut too. Do you reckon they all went on a barber trip?
Well, I mean, Coops has also got the fresh fade going on. But yeah, I think that they did I mean, Lufa had. I'm not sure it was the curtains yesterday. He had like the fringe going on. Today he's got the parting, just switching up every day to throw us off the scent. He's like, I'm not actually as bad as the stats say. It's a different guy. It's a different guy.
That's true. When you change your hairstyle, that does mean you're a new player and your stats get wiped clean. It's just the rules.
To be honest with you, I don't. What's it? What is it now? Come on. I'm not that upset with Lufa's performance in this tournament, is what I'm trying to say. Because, previously playing on Reject, I think that everyone is getting antsy here. This is classic PUBG Mobile gamers, or just gamers in general. Can't sit still for 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll start doing some weird exercises with the hand warmers, apparently.
He's nearly there. He's nearly at full RPM.
I know. But yeah, I'm not actually too upset with Lufa's performance. Coming from Reject, playing in a very different region, a much weaker region, I still think that they were able to sort of perform very, very well. And Lufa was one of the main causes from that. So he joins over towards NIGMA Galaxy. And again, now he's playing in a much, much more difficult region. I still think that he has a lot of potential as a player. And it's always difficult joining onto a new team who already have players that have been situated there for a while. I mean, Ralph and Lord have been playing together for a long time. Coops joined the team, and he was very happy about it.
He was so happy. Coops, no.
Oh man,
What's up, Coops? Come on.
Not the forehead into the knee.
Oh.
This feels like a silent protest.
No, Coops, come on. Come on.
Coops,
Ralph
don't be
didn't
like
mean to
that.
take your monster. It just wasn't labelled in the fridge.
No, Coops, don't do that.
No, Coops.
I think it's different. It's actually probably difficult for the cameramen to actually find a good angle to be on, where players aren't either throwing their hand warmers around in a circle.
He's putting headphones on. No one else is, though. So,
Yeah. I'm not sure why Vickers is doing that.
yeah. What's he going for? Oh!
Hey! There we go. So at
Happy
least
for the
someone's-
day. Let's go. Smiling.
Yeah, I mean, my guy's got like the comfiest pillow going, so
That does look like a
I
pretty
can
comfy
I
pillow.
can understand. Yeah, that's custom made.
It's a
Custom pillow.
bespoke.
I
going
actually
well
saw I saw like a totally unnecessary pillow, but for like playing on your phone, like on your
Okay.
mobile. Like it's sort of like just it goes round you, like it goes round your body,
Okay.
and then it has like a little shelf on the top, and then two armrest bits at the side, but it's all like memory foam and cushioned.
Okay.
I really considered getting it, but I was like, if someone looks through the window, sees me on like basically the space station of pillows, like what would they think of me?
It depends who's looking through the window, I suppose.
Just your regular bystander.
Just your regular window peepers, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel
What
like
would you think?
I feel
You
like
looked through and you was like, I had like the.
it depends if you looked like you were comfy or not, or like if you were having a
It
good
has
time.
like, it even has a cup holder.
In that case, if you had like a fresh can of
Would you
Monster
be
in
jealous?
there and your INFINIX GT20 Pro and like you were set up like this, I'd be like,
Yeah.
damn, this guy knows how to live.
Yeah, that's kind of cringe, but also I wish I had one.
Yeah, exactly. It's the sort of thing where it's like, oh no, that's really weird, and like I wouldn't want to do it, and then you just go and order one online.
Yeah, you're like, "Fuck."
immediately afterwards.
That does look awesome. That's how I felt like watching the video as well, because they had all these really like fit guys like modeling it. Like obviously been to the gym very frequently. I'm like, that's probably not the type of dude who would actually use this thing. Let's be honest. Like I am not in shape
Yeah.
at all. But I feel like I would love that kind of thing.
Yeah. If you use this product, you look like this.
Yeah, exactly.
I
They
don't-
got me. They
I
were
don't
like,
think that's true, Mr. Adman.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the cool haircut.
That's
you
true.
know, flexing the biceps.
Maybe one day.
What's that?
It's
An
a
ice cream cone.
it's a secret way of seeing so much further than. No. Oh no, he's.
Well, that one's better.
Oh, okay. Cone
I can-
eyes.
Pin. What?
It's got a cone on. Put it in front of his eyes.
I think you can call them cone eyes. That's not cool.
Well, to be fair, that's kind of what. This is a bit of a tangent. That's kind of what I've got. I've got astigmatism, and that's like a misshapen lens. It's kind of cone-like. So there you go.
We will be back soon. I hope you enjoyed our little rambly podcast. This is the John Allen Blank radio show at this point. So to spare you from our inner thoughts and swimming around in our heads, let's head to a quick break. There will be no timer, but I assure you we'll be back as soon as possible, and it will be with the first map over on Sandhawk. See you soon.
We got a live one. It's a game blank. Isn't that exciting for the start of the PMSL EMEA final day of league stages? Team's going to be getting on over to Sandhawk for the last time here. Hutton down to Bantai on the plane. A little bit west. And we'll see where the teams opt to fall. Teams sitting out today, of course, IWNRX, Power Esports, S2G, and most notably Heroic, with no chance now to defend their position on the tables. Twisted Minds are going to be looking to jump up past them, and the same is true of Footballers KAOS Esports.
Footballers KAOS Esports falling out of favour just a little bit there, John. Looking now to leap upwards in the tables, get themselves into those finals, the fated finals, where Heroic, like you say, they can't fight back anymore. 10k from Zedwolf. That's a nice place to end it. I don't think other teams are going to be able to catch up to that. I think Nomi hit, I think it was pretty much exactly 10k on one of the other weeks. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to reach that kind of number on today. But we do have our first game of the day. Thank you for your patience, by the way. I know we took a little bit of a while to get into this one. We had some technical issues, which have been solved by our wonderful technicians who specialize in technical problems.
They do, actually. You're right. And they've done pretty well here. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a scrap. Nico, Lufa, NIGMA Galaxy. Going to win that one out.
I mean,
with the SKS versus a pistol. Okay, yeah. You do.
Again, deserved.
You do take that one. You do take that one. I was just having a look at some of our player stats over the course of it when you brought up Zedwolf, and we did celebrate his breaking of 100 eliminations, right? And he's now up to, I believe, 106 over the course of all 3 weeks. But we also have 3 other players who have also broken 100 eliminations. And I feel like you might not expect some of them, right?
One of them is Coops.
It is true. That is true. He is bang on 100 for NIGMA Galaxy.
I know that because he was he dropped a little tweet yesterday saying, I got 100 elims at PMSL EMEA.
Ah.
And I was like, I dropped another like on it. I was like, that's cool. Well done.
It is. Well,
I appreciate you.
There you go. I feel like that would have been one of the ones you might not have expected. The other entry that you may have expected, I'm not too sure, is Al Haji on 101 eliminations now from Power Esports.
That one's unexpected for me.
Yeah, he is currently the 3rd place highest eliminator. And then from Team Spirit, it's Naomi on 102, who was able to get 102 eliminations and still potentially get more today. So we'll see if there is going to be a player who can take down Zedwolf on those 106 eliminations that he was able to get over the course of the entirety of all 3 weeks so far.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, I was pretty pleased with Coops getting the 100 elims. I think he certainly deserves that accolade. I felt bad for him last night when I was reading the tweet as well, because I was like, we bigged up Zedwolf and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough, considering all things considered. And it kind of overshadows the fact that he's on a team right now that isn't at the top of the lobby, right? They're not right at the tippy top. They're doing pretty damn good. But even so, he's still on 100 elims. That's really nice to see. I think Al Haji also is a mega surprise. for me. That's
Yeah.
the one that I did not expect at all. But that is awesome. That is really, really awesome for Al Hadji. I think he deserves it. Deserved the respect. I think he was definitely a player that people were ruminating. It was going around the room.
You just
though.
short-circuited.
Let's try a different approach.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It was going around the rumor mill that he was a player that should be feared going into this tournament, and he has certainly shown why. Because he's really good at the game. He is really, really good at the game. So I'm super pleased to see him up there. Because it's no big deal or anything, but I was kind of shouting him out before he was cool.
Yeah, we were.
I was kind of shouting him out before he was cool.
Someone's going pop my window very loudly. And the start of this game has been pretty loud, actually. We've had 4 people get taken down on some close drops. Something interesting has happened here. Boot camp is being taken by 3D Max. Team Spirit over to that Confluence compound on the drop. So with this circle as well, Team Spirit getting towards that Confluence compound. They've done this before on a western... northwestern circle, taking control of that crossing point. It did end up having to shift back out east, so they kind of got a little bit scuppered by that. But this time around, they're going to make the same play, and I think well principled. RCB try to push into Team Spirit territory and find out just why this is a team competing for the top. In the meantime, Na'Vi pushing the east side of boot camp against 3D Max.
Yeah, S2G just watching from the back rooms at the moment of this one, seeing 3D Max make the exact same rotation that S2G do, going, haha, I do that.
Wow.
But they're finding success off the back of it, and why not? I mean, it's actually a strong play. It does work. I'm glad that 3D Max have been watching these games back and figuring out how they're going to pump these points up. Because technically they could get a first place. They want to take all the advantages they can. Yeah. Again, see, that's it. That's an acceptable def crate shot. Just respectable. Just the one shot. Nothing more than that, because they wiped the floor with Na'Vi.
Absolutely. I mean, Na'Vi tried to push in. 2 teams have been around this area.
No.
It's just not going to happen. Although it does kind of play into what I was thinking about earlier, right? Of do you just get a bit froggy with it and try and make some weird things happen if you're Na'Vi, right? Just go for a crash onto boot camp. Why not? It's kind of fun, right? Silly and goofy. No, okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like this is actually just a good play from 3D Max.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this getting freaky with it.
No, from Na'Vi.
I think. Oh, from Na'Vi, yeah, it was a little bit freaky. I think I would definitely call NIGMA Galaxy's play at the start there a little bit freaky, right? No Na'Vi on that side of the map to corral DA into, so they just do it themselves. Lufa drops out wide, picks up a player on a wide split, might I add, from DA, and they go down to 3. DA is suffering because of this. Genuinely, DA could be a top 5 team if they just played their early games a little safer. But they don't wear a seatbelt coming into these matches.
No, they have unfortunately been jettisoned through the windshield far too frequently for their points tally to tell a different tale there. Team Spirit, I mean, they are probably very, very well researched in getting control of this area. You can see actually Kitsune trying to move to that northwestern island should the circle pop up there, as it is just about to show us where we are going to end up. Of course, it could still go back south or to the east, but it doesn't really decide just yet. Most likely, though, to go up to that northwest edge. So a lot of that territory will be most likely to end up there. So Team Spirit can probably commit to moving at least to the west side of that Confluence compound.
Yeah, if I was Team Spirit here, the amount of times that not taking a compound has hurt them and just playing in this Confluence compound, I think that I would head up towards that northeast side of Kitsune, take the compound that just sits to the eastern edge of the northwest mountain. I think that'd be a reasonable play. I think they have to confirm on something at this point. I think even with this circle, potentially it goes back down towards that south side. RCB's lost a player, but you don't want to get crunched up too much. I think the only worry that you have as Team Spirit heading over towards that compound that Naomi is currently very close to is that you take shots from Gladiators up on high. Maybe you lose a player, maybe you get crashed on as 2, so you don't want to confirm to it too much. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. Right now, the Gladiators still controlling that northwest island up towards the top edge. Football is KAOS, a team that we are paying close attention to in Hattin. but might be held out pretty disgracefully by Brute Force and Moneymakers. This is kind of a tough rotation for footballers, KAOS to go for. A wide wrap, potentially to Camp Alpha, would be their safest option right now, but probably not far in the future.
Onyx Ravens taking another knock here against FLUX. And I think even one bad game will just spell doom completely for the Onyx Ravens. Vigor's the last to stand, and FLUX have the crossfire. Ketch gets knocked, but Onyx Ravens are out. And I think that might just be the tournament for them. They get a point, but they needed so much more than that today. And it just didn't seem like they had the confidence to go for that fight. They certainly couldn't execute on it.
Yeah, you really needed 6 matches of like a 10-point average coming through. Because, again, you would look at those standings and be like, oh, they only need to get like 40 points, right? Ish. But no, they need to profit over Twisted Minds and Footballish KAOS today. And as well as Heroic. You know, there's potential that Twisted Minds goes down in 16th place every single game. In which case something might open up. But yeah, highly unlikely. Highly unlikely to see that. So for Onyx Ravens, I think you're right, John. That one game might be the end of it.
Maybe if they'd have gotten 5 points or something, you could sort of make some excuses for maybe that they still have an outside chance. But with Footballers KAOS, with Twisted Minds still in, and potential out-earn going up and up as time goes on, might be waving goodbye to one of our favourite underdog teams so far this tournament, with only 5 more matches for them to play. RCB have got the high ground against FLUX, but they are still on this eastern side, south of boot camp, taking a little bit of control here, but it's quite unlikely that the circle ends up going out east, which means that they're going to have to push across the river. They're going to have to push past this confluence, and it's very heavily guarded right now.
Yeah, I think looking at this, it's a tough one. It's a real tough circle. I think we saw a similar circle to this already this week. And it was won out by IWNRX on a pretty crazy push over towards the north side of Bootcamp versus Na'Vi. Not an easy game by any stretch of the word. And I think that the only reason IWNRX wins that game is because just the skill discrepancy between them and Na'Vi was just too much. We do get a shift over towards that western side. I think most players hate this shift. I think this one is probably one of the more cruel versions of this circle. Just because it shunts you into that decision of having to play down towards the bank at some point. We're going to be losing teams left, right, and center, John.
BEŞİKTAŞ losing players left and right as well as they roll straight on through Brute Force. Chudo has the angle. They've got the zone, and BEŞİKTAŞ just fall down. Brute Force completely dismantled them on the northeast side. They're very far from this next zone and have to get a move on. Team Spirit regrouping now up towards that northern side. They are committing to the northwestern island. Everybody trying to cross around Painan as well. You've got RCB having taken a knock here with Silas down on the floor. FLUX trying to get across, but they've still yet to make that committed push because RCB still have an outpost on that southwest island now.
Yeah, RCB were struggling, and I think FLUX read into them really well here as they attempted to head back towards Painan, which I think is sort of a misinformed play, because a lot of times Painan has been reopened, but to not bother even scouting down towards your south side, I'm sure they heard the shooting between them and Onyx Ravens for FLUX. So RCB, I believe they're now out. And that is just a little bit of not scouting your out areas. You know what I think, John, though? I really do think that Team Spirit's split right now is somewhat greedy. Just because if I was a team like Moneymakers, I'd probably just go at this game the way that I usually go at it as Moneymakers, which is very aggressive, and just try and crash in towards the north side of Team Spirit's outpost over on that northeast. But there's only 2 players there right now. I think they had to confirm onto position. This is sort of what Major Pride used to do in the past as well, is try to hold too many things. And an already shrinking circle, you didn't even have to help with Malloy up there. An already shrinking circle. Yeah, it's a bit greedy in my opinion.
FLUX with a third party onto the hilltop there. We'll spot the Falcons. DA as well, holding a lot of people back around that bridge. Remember, they lost a player earlier on. So with 3 players, they're looking to fend off NIGMA Galaxy, Falcons, Twisted Minds, FLUX, and Virtus.pro. All going to be moving in around this area. So a lot of teams to control. But if you can force them to fight against each other, you can use their own force against them. And a lovely nade finds 2 points for DA, keeping people at distance. They are back to their old tricks. The circle, though, is as well. Look at that. Keeps both sides of the river still in. And DA have that compound on the south under control. Team Spirit just line that eastern edge. But the Gladiators compound on the northwest side is going to be super, super valuable if the moneymakers don't take it from them.
Yeah, I mean, that is if... I mean, luckily for the Gladiators, Falcons aren't in the game. They just throw random grenades at them and slowly pick them apart. And I think they have improved also, which is something to consider. But I do like how quickly Moneymakers gets in towards this position. Now makes the Gladiators push down towards that south side. A little less ideal, but with Icy getting knocked out on the outer edges there from a shot coming through from Team Spirit, that does make things easier for Gladiators, as they will finish the flush there and also pick themselves up a nice little knock onto Bishke. Moneymakers should be done now in this circle.
Soulless, nice long-range spray there, but goes down. Retribution, Virtus.pro. Trying to get that nade over the top, right on top of Lux, who already got knocked. Sulke spotted. That's points added to the Virtus.pro tally. Starting to rack them up in the elimination feed now, up to 4. DA, they've taken a knock as NIGMA Galaxy push up onto their off angle. They stayed a little bit too split and they tried to hold too much. There's far too many limes to be clasping onto on that one. And 3D Max have managed to make their way over to this island. Have they swung around the north? I didn't quite catch them.
Yeah, they swung on that rotate that I said the Footballers KAOS might want to go for, which was past Hatin, past Camp Alpha, and down here. It's actually a rotate that we saw quite often in PMPL EU back in the day. But it is surprising they were able to pick up this compound. But it's a really strong compound. It is right on the edge of the circle, but that tiny bit of cover that affords them will give them such strength against any team trying to cross this bridge or coming down from Camp Alpha. And Footballers KAOS just move way, way too slow.
Ralph takes some damage, but Robs gets knocked from the top rope there. With Footballers KAOS spotting the angle, 3D Max haven't... No, they have there. Confirmed the flush just about. Onto Robs. Narvalo also spotted. And 3D Max, they are in the shadow of Footballers KAOS right now. But Gladiators also just taking these shots further down. That nade goes a little bit wide. As I believe that's DA going down to just 2 players now active on the south coast as well. See if they're able to manage any further. Virtus.pro trying to move in. Furia down as Twisted Minds able to find the shot. Twisted Minds, remember, one of the teams that we're really paying attention to. They've already got 3 points this match, so it's already a good result for their chase. Dammy wants to put more on the board. Corker up to the tree. Dammy launches the nade. That looks like it's on target just behind the rock. Forces him to push forwards. And Dammy has a nade sent out his way. Immediately taking so much damage, but he's still got that sliver of HP, keeping him alive. Could be a problem for Malloy. If they step too far forwards, they light him up and they spot Dammy in the grass.
Yeah, Twisted Minds there. Just a couple of missed grenades going through from Dammy, honestly, causes problems. For 3D Max, again, some of these slightly careless plays, I actually really like their rotate, and it's a super interesting one. And the fact they're able to pull it off speaks volumes about the team. But I do think as soon as you get that little bit of cover out on the edge of the blue, you have to take advantage of that as much as you can. They do find Ralph and finish off the guys from NIGMA Galaxy. But yeah, I think playing out in the open, knowing that there's likely going to be a team up towards that north side on the hill, looking down towards you. There's a team you just passed too. It was slightly crazy. I'll put it that way.
Virtus.pro do not make this crossing. Not in a million years do they cut across this river, I'm afraid. They might divert and get one. Actually, they've managed to find a small bit of cover, but their vehicle's up in smoke. Nomi's already got the nades. There's the angles that they're looking for. DA take them on from the other side of the river, and bye-bye Virtus.pro. They didn't really have a choice there. They had to try and go for it, but it's just not going to work.
Yeah, a couple of eliminations actually stolen away from Team Spirit there, from DA, who have to cross. they get eliminations for the troubles, but they have sort of handed themselves down a death sentence for D8. It's the future. So now really only 3 prominent teams within the circle, which is 3D Max, Team Spirit, and the Gladiators. Now, Gladiators, I'd like to see a little bit of redemption from these guys. They lost the game from a circle up here where it felt so easily in their hands. Now it's time to show everyone in this tournament that, you know, they have made some big improvements to this roster. And they're starting to figure things out.
We saw Twisted Minds going down there as well. I think they've managed to get 5 points on this match, Blank, which is already a massive chunk taken out of the... Exactly, right? They're almost halfway there against their chase towards Heroic to escape that bubble position, to jump up into 16th place. We've also still got Footballers KAOS in this match. They've only got 1 elimination and only 1 player left standing, but from 5th place onwards, those points do add up quite nicely. So if you can take down or outlast potentially Coldex on this south side, you ladder up an extra point, you get a lot more, again, of a dent put in that point difference on the overall standings to see yourself to the finals.
Yeah, here can spot out over this little lip, but immediately shut down by Nomi, who saw that angle coming for quite a while. Gladiators now have to move further down the hill, so we'll have to move from hard cover to hard cover. Nice shot's been sent back over towards Snowix, but he is playing this pretty perfectly. Matic on the side finds Narvalo.
Breaks out, forced to move from the tree, and Narvalo getting knocked on the off angle there. Leaves 3D Max down and out in 3rd place with 8 eliminations found. I think they've been able to get a really decent chunk of points here, so we can't ignore that. Remember, this is a team chasing for that top spot, and 13 points on a match is good to see. You're pretty happy with it. They were only 45 points, I believe, behind at the start of today. So already, again, just lots of dents being put in these points leads so far. It's looking real banged up right now for the teams trying to hold on to their positions.
Team Spirit, they get the circle over towards the eastern side. It should be an easy cleanup for them. Nomi's already in a really good spot, and Gladiators are being forced to shimmy their way down the hill. I think the circle kills them here, honestly. It's pretty difficult to play around with. Though they are still trying to keep appearances up. With AZ up towards that northern side, denying the flank coming through from Nomi. I like that from them. And there's still a chance here.
It really comes down to, can Gladiators just win out the aim duels here? Because this hillside is unforgiving. They do just have, I think, a little bit more ground to move up on this ridge before they have to turn the corner. But you can see how much they're forced to group up in this position. And this is where the spray downs can start to really hurt Nomi, opening up the cannons. And Matic takes one to the gut there. Doesn't go down all the way. But it's going to leave him a little bit breathless, that circle. Also, just cruel to the Gladiators once more. Completely in control by Team Spirit. They have everything they could ask for in this scenario. And the Gladiators, it's all on them to just win out these trades.
Nade's still going over the top. And again, it's the easiest time for Team Spirit to be throwing these nades because they know the Gladiators have to walk into them eventually. And they've been keeping them out on the edge for a while. In comes Nomi and it's over. What was that? He just wanted to finish the game. He's been waiting too long. Needs a quick drink.
2 Sandhawks in a row, and Team Spirit able to win both of them. Yesterday and today, they kick things off with a chicken dinner. They held quite a wide split for quite a while around that trifecta compound, around that confluence flank, but it's worked out for them. They have managed to keep that under control, that northwestern island, an easy transition for them to make with the control that they earned themselves earlier on. They got a decent chunk of points, and I think with that, they might have just taken the top overall spot away from IWNRX.
Yeah, it was a fairly big game coming through from Team Spirit. Again, I think that when you look at this match for Team Spirit, there was a notable change there because I think that they're starting to realize that they need to gamble a bit more in these matches because they know they can win, they know they can play these games, but they've been taking a lot of percentage plays, which is fine if you're a team like RCB where you're just trying to put up points, but these guys can frag out. Nomi can frag out. So I like the fact that, you know, they were a bit greedy for a while, but finally they just decided, look, no one's really sent out for us. No one's scouting this position. Let's just confirm over towards that compound that currently Kitsune's in. And it's a really, really good spot to be playing down on the bank. So I love that game from Team Spirit. I don't think they've quite actually jumped over IWNRX just yet, because it was 524 to 544. So I think they're literally, it's like 2 points. But yeah, pretty much they should be there. By the end of the day,
it's going to be very, very close. And with that match as well, Nomi has also broken the 100 elimination barrier and is up to 104. I think we're going to see quite a few be broken today, potentially. There's a few people waiting in the wings to try and jump up there. I think there's another Team Spirit player potentially to join those ranks, but we'll have to wait for that. Gladiators, 14 points, and 3D Max as well, 13 points on their game. With that rotation that you said, really, really interesting, moving around from that north side and doing quite a lot of work there. It was a difficult circle for them, and they came out of this game with 13 points. A really good start to chase down that top spot and 20 bonus points potentially.
It's cool seeing the trio of EU teams at the top there as well, though, John.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I think that's what I'm most pleased about. And I think that they definitely have got themselves together. And I think that is something that has been a problem within a lot of the EU teams that came into this lobby, is that figuring things out has taken a bit of a while. I think it's only really been Team Spirit that came into this tournament with their heads fully screwed on. The other teams needed a few more twists before they started to get things on board. Same could be said for Gladiators. I think that they're not quite there yet at their potential. Neither is 3D Max, but these matches are helping them in a big way fulfill that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is kind of the right time to be getting really set up, right? To really start to open the engine, open the throttle, moving towards those finals as well. Because a lot of these teams that we're talking about very much confirmed towards those finals at this stage. It would be a complete miracle if most of them don't make it in towards it. We're really looking at just Heroic that's going to drop out of these top 16 in probably not too long. But we've got 5 matches for that to happen. And in order to get there, we've got to go to a break first. I know you can't wait to get your teeth sunk into the next one, but we'll be here, and so should you. We'll see you in a few.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Match 1. Team Spirit put their mark on the day and make a statement for their bid for the top of the tables when it comes to our across-week overall standings to try and take that one away from IWNRX. Everybody else, a little bit miffed that they weren't able to take it home, but I think 3D Max still going to be pretty happy with their result from yesterday. From last match. Yestermatch. Let's go with that. Putting up 13 points on the board.
Yeah, again, I was about to say that 3D Max actually chasing for the first place spot in the league stage, actually. 168 points. 42 points to draw even. No, 32 points. It's not actually that many. I mean, really not. 3D Max that they'd need to get. So it's certainly possible for this team to reach the upper limits of the lobby here.
2 more matches like that. And they'll be
Yaz
right on the
open
door.
too.
That is true. Actually, yeah, without S2G in the mix, do 3D Max go back to Yaz? Or is a team like Twisted Minds going to try and sneak on in there? Are we going to see other teams also try and read into that a little bit? Or give deference to 3D Max? That is the question we'll have to wait to answer, but probably not for very long, because the plane path is from Gmeshki over towards Hospital.
Looks like they're going to go further here. I don't think they want to leave anything up to chance. I respect that. I respect that from 3D Max. You know, just going to head back over to Georgia Port. I think they should be able to make that run, you know, even just a pit stop over at Box Compound, pick up some vehicles, go from there. I think that's totally reasonable. Twisted Minds will take Yasnaya. Team Spirit have got a little bit of a long journey down towards that south side. Yes, it's an interesting day. Moneymakers have the opportunity today, but again, they're a weird team. They have these. They don't look like they're doing all that hot, and then they come out of nowhere. So we will see. So yeah, you can't really bank on Moneymakers hitting a consistent day at the moment. 3D Max, on the other hand, like they get a decent amount of points every day. It's not always a massive day, but it's usually a decent one. For Moneymakers, it's either for Moneymakers, their motto is go big or go home in these games.
And unfortunately, in some of the weeks, they have just gone home. It's not been as good. But their week 2 is their major outlier here, right? Obviously, that week 1 did great. And so maybe they're trying to echo that here today. But if they go down with not that many points, again, it would be a bit of a bummer of a week for them. If they ended on 153, it's a little bit short of their potential. But we'll have to wait and see. For the time being, they are out over towards Quarry. They're going for a long parachute drop down from the plane path that ended much further north towards Hospital. They normally drop around Primorsk, so they are just going to be able to get out and on to that rotation. 3D Max up in North George with Onyx Ravens right next door to them. Generally, that's kind of how we just see these two teams operating. Onyx Ravens have been dropping there for quite a while now.
Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be too much of a difference going on there. I mean, Ali and Leif are pretty far out of the way in terms of the mix. Navi on our screen is taking the long approach over towards Milter. Effect actually driving over there to have a little bit of a peek, a little look. Ali is trying to stay dead still as Lewis from BEŞİKTAŞ scouts out this spot.
Pretty separate from everybody else right now, so potentially could get rolled up on, but at the moment, team's more concerned with getting a little loot on board after acquiring those vehicles. This is the sort of circle that I feel like gives the lobby like this weird sort of pause effect, right? It's really undecided as to where it's going to go. It's likely going to be south of the river, but there's always that possibility of pushing you up north. And so committing to a location early is pretty tricky. So this allows teams to stay in one location for a lot longer, to stay more looted for longer, and creates these more geared middle game fights where you can see a lot more utility usage in general, because you know that if you win it, you're going to be able to get more resupply as well. So in general, it creates quite an interesting dynamic, I think, when you slow things down in the mid game.
Yeah, I think slowing down things in the mid game is, it's a really big deal. And I think for a lot of these squads within here, they'd like that a lot. I think RCB would appreciate that the most, honestly, because that's where they start to make their mistakes, you know, where they have to make that secondary rotation. Doesn't always go that hot, and then things start to go downhill for them. I am looking at NIGMA Galaxy here, and they've been set up in a good spot, right, John?
Yeah.
Over towards Pachinki on this circle. There's certainly a chance for them to do something with this. Currently in 10th place. I don't think that's where NIGMA Galaxy should be. We saw yesterday, even on their Miramar, that they are a strong team. But again, it's that the early game usually fine. Like you said, that mid game, bit more of an odd beast for them. They haven't quite conquered just yet. But late game, also great, which is the frustrating thing.
Yeah.
It seems to be very clear for them in the beginning.
Ooh.
And then things get very jumbled, and then the mist starts to dissipate towards the end of the game.
One of the lessons you tried to give them in our previous explorations into the world of NIGMA Galaxy is to potentially get out of Pachinki faster. They've done just that, and they've slammed straight into FLUX here in the compounds up to the north of Pachinki in a full-fledged 4v4. Not too many third-party positions on this angle either, and FLUX finds Coops first. Lufa going low. I think he's getting some healing on as well to try and stay alive. Coops very, very isolated at the moment, but FLUX could quite easily flank out on this direction. You've got to be worried about that off angle for NIGMA Galaxy, and a nice nade in from Solke leaves NIGMA Galaxy on just 2 players now. Solke with another nade might be able to just pop it over towards Lord, bounces it in the window, doesn't quite get the knock, that high ground position. Now the last real bastion for NIGMA Galaxy as he fumbles the nade. Solke nades himself. Oh dear. He's going to go down, and that might be the opening that they were looking for. Coops is now the only player to be knocked. Lord and Ralph can maybe make something happen. But the nade in towards Lord. Yeah, it's right at his feet. And the entire settlement now under control. Third party comes in from RCB, and you just disengage. NIGMA Galaxy, they try to leave early. It doesn't go well.
I think that their rock-up was a little bit difficult here. I think once... I personally am a firm believer of not assaulting this compound. Just purely because there are so many angles that you can take whilst already being in here. It's very difficult to assume all the crossfires that have already been set up in a location like this. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of it at all, John. So for NIGMA Galaxy, yeah, get out Pachinki early, but maybe not head into... Because I'm fairly certain they knew it was already occupied. Otherwise, they wouldn't be rocking up as wildly as they did.
You don't necessarily go in as quickly as that with established off angles on a position you don't think has a major threat. So, yeah, potential to rethink that strategy moving forwards. NIGMA Galaxy, still, throughout all of this, they're fairly safe in the overall positions to get to the finals. The question, of course, as it is with everybody, is bonus points and how many they're going to be able to accrue. Team Spirit now have rocked up to the north side of Pachinki. They want control over this area. Are they going to go for the same crash onto FLUX, on an already weakened FLUX as well, having lost a player early on? It looks like no. They think better of it. They're just going to divert and play up towards that church on the northwest point of Pachinki.
Yeah, again, why challenge that compound out? It's a position that you sort of have that advantage from whilst you're inside it. You can certainly take shots down towards it if Ketch is going to run around like that. But yeah, not a location that you want to fly into whilst there's a team already there. Even with the third parties that come out afterwards from that high ground, super awkward. Next circle on the screen shifts down towards that south side, giving Team Spirit a fairly decent location. Again, if I was NGX, I'd be so upset about this. This is such a nice circle for them as well around Pachinki.
Yeah, you've got to be upset if you're NGX on that position. Being dead center, you try and make something different out of your games, and it just doesn't go well. Team Spirit actually break out west from their position as we get a replay on Solke nading himself. Ooh, dear.
He did flush Lufa.
Well, yeah, sure.
It was mild success.
Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad sometimes, I suppose. Team Spirit bagging a point for Nomi. Able to get those shots. And they have moved out a little bit further west, not wanting to fully embroil themselves and commit to Pachinki. Having this position a little bit further away is probably going to go quite well. And Nomi's scouting nice and fluidly here. Able to regroup at a moment's notice.
Yeah, personally, big fan of this position. You know, over on the high ground, you play between the two valleys. You cut off teams that are trying to rotate through in the vehicles. It's not a bad spot. Gladiators are over towards Sunken right now, but they did shift a little bit down towards the south side. But most teams are very much crunching up towards Pachinki. Plenty of positions in there, especially for Pachinki. It's one of the few cities that has a lot of playable area on the outskirts of it. There's even the storm drain that you can jump into. There's the 3-story on the outside, good spot. The church too. So it's not a bad position on the map in terms of getting there early and trying to find a position in it, because even if it does move, there is tons of options to get out of there.
Team Falcons on 2, moving up towards the church as well. These hills north of Pochinki starting to get a bit hectic now. Loxy for RCB and Silas. A little bit split from one another, but only 2 players from Falcons to worry about. They immediately turn around, and it is just a little bit too heavily occupied for them to find an opening. Like, potentially they were hoping to. Might just have to send straight into Pochinki, and it looks like that's what they're going for. Silas will have the angle. Who's he going to pick to go for the spray? Or is he even going to go for it? Satan up first, but he diverts behind some cover. Ragnar, oh, drifts wide, but breaks out as well, and that might be just him going down, but no. Able to just about dodge through that. That's unfortunate that they couldn't get that knock.
I think he crashed in such a way that there was a tiny bit of cover, actually keeping him out of dodge there for just a little while. Yeah, it looked like it should have been an easy spray down. It didn't turn out that way at all. Circle shifts down towards the south, and Kitsune and Nomi are happy to be holding these outer edges and get instantly in towards that compound over towards the western side that overlooks the fields. Moneymakers might just also have a game on the cards for themselves, controlling the majority half of that south side of the circle.
Yeah, this is 2 very hard south shifts. If you remember that first circle, the bottom of it was just at the south edge of the island, of the main island here. And we are going down all the way there. So 2 very, very hard south shifts, meaning that north side going to be jam-packed of action right about now. Team Spirit going to open the bidding over towards, I believe that was BEŞİKTAŞ, trying to descend onto their position. Both fighting out for that compound, and at the moment it's going quite well for Team Spirit. They're holding out nicely. Footballers KAOS, again, a team that's looking to chase. They want to put up 3 to 5 points this match to keep up pace, to overtake Heroic in those overalls and make it to finals. Twisted Minds, they're staying out of it a little bit further. The other team also in that same position.
Yeah, after Twisted Minds were able to get those points on the last game, it becomes so much more comfy for them, and they can sort of revert back to the playstyle that we've seen from them all this week, which has been working out for them, and respect for them to do it for doing it. I think they understood that if they wanted to get the point scoring up and evened out with Heroic, they had to take this playstyle of just coming in very, very late and find these spots where teams weren't going to assail them. So much fighting happens in these circles that Twisted Minds can sort of take this this very silent approach to the games. I do feel bad for BEŞİKTAŞ. I wouldn't have assumed anyone would already be in this compound either. I would have thought if I was BEŞİKTAŞ, I had the inside track there. But purely, again, Team Spirit taking a gamble on these games, which you've not seen in quite a while. So they send a couple of players out, and they gamble on a south shift. So it feels like they're sort of moving a little bit away from the percentage game and looking for more of these angles that, you know, this could be an insane compound for us to take in the future. We don't necessarily have the best option to get into a strong position towards the center of the circle, so let's just bank on having to head out here later. And they're comfortable holding on a 2-1-1 split. I like that from them. I really do. And I want to stop talking about Team Spirit, but they keep doing some awesome stuff.
Yeah, and it's sort of a little bit refreshed and revitalized. Maybe they're trying to practice some stuff that they were holding in the back pocket for finals. Maybe. Ooh, could be a little bit of a secret from Team Spirit, but no. They have just been quite consistently strong and maybe just refound their feet after that chicken dinner, a little bit more confident to go for it. When you remove IWNRX, why not? But Brute Force seems to have found an opening. And that's Kitsune getting knocked on the northwest.
I mean, he is all the way at the back end of the building. Brute Force has had to come in very quickly if they wanted to cause some problems for Team Spirit. It looks like they're going to be fine. They regroup very, very instantaneously there. Now they know a team's out on that western edge and they've got to cross through that area. I think they're going to put all their attention towards them, but the crash does come through. Neo's still on the back line, though.
And he gets knocked as well.
That's so unfortunate.
That is really unfortunate. He was their main linchpin of finding suppressive angles. In the meantime, Falcons and Ralph, the last player for NIGMA Galaxy after their unfortunate routing on the north side. Just reminding him he's here all the time.
Oh, it is. I felt bad for Neos, man. Over on Brute Force. I think Ralph is done for. Yep. Satan will finish him. That's NIGMA Galaxy out. Yeah, Neos plays this backline role, tries to get some pickoffs in towards the compound. The rest of his team locks in, goes for the rotate. As they're traveling in, just an incredible shot across the field. Just takes him out. And I think at that point, Brute Force knew that it was over.
Yeah, there was not a lot they could do. They got swept away pretty quickly. Team Spirit now up to 6 eliminations. They want the challenge towards this top spot. This is a statement from this team. Trying to get those 20 points back under control. It's all order, but curious things can happen when it's the last day of league stage. Trying to get the drift on. Ali hits the tree with the front left tire, and Easy has to send a little bit wider. That buggy is smoking, though. It's going to be tricky to get away from this. Both of them outside of the zone. Gladiators had a difficult crash across the field, but they've managed to make it into a close conflict position. Ali, though, once more. He's riding straight back on in. Spots one, and he crunches him right against the trunk of the tree. Easy splinters on that one in the unmentionable places. And he's not going to be very comfy there. Flushed away, and Ali deserves it.
That hurts. That literally kills the man. Gladiators will go out there. 2 eliminations, 13th place. Not ideal. Meantime, Falcons actually taking shots over towards 3D Max, who are struggling to make an entrance from Pochinki. You got RCB in front of them and a few teams ahead. And Falcons do have that 3-story. Well, they had the 3-story, but they've headed over towards the underside of the hill. Bobs will get flushed out by the play zone. Wasn't able to get him back up again, so the rest of 3D Max got to go for a pretty difficult fight ahead of them now. Twisted Minds, their eliminations, 12th place.
3D Max, 11th place, 1 eliminations. Northeast side. That is going to put a little bit of a dampener on the 3D Max spirits, I'm sure. Up onto 169 now.
Yeah,
Still,
come on, guys.
very much doable.
That's rule number 1. You do not travel through the fields in one vehicle. Play out on the edge. Just try and pick up some elimination points. You're almost there already.
BEŞİKTAŞ give it a good last stand for Toshbek, but only going to be able to get the knock onto Gonzo. As Na'Vi push in on the south side. Next circle comes on in, and it is north. Virtus Pro wanting to hold out against the Falcons duo that remains from the exit of Pochinki. RCB further east, Onyx Ravens further northwest. It'll be interesting to see what Team Spirit do here. Do they move in for the buildings on that south side of the hill, or are they going to try and sweep across, take down Onyx Ravens and Virtus Pro after?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to go for like a winning play, potentially take center of the circle. But I feel like Team Spirit is a team that could sweep over towards that top side. The problem is that Onyx Ravens isn't really looking at all over towards the east. So they'll be fully prepped and ready to go on a crash coming in from that south side. I think they're even looking over towards it. Imagine they're waiting for Team Spirit to make their move out from this compound. Virtus Pro over towards RCB as well as the Falcons, who are staying out of dodge. They've only got 2 players, so don't want to get too mixed up on this.
Virtus Pro, I think, might be a little bit unaware of the proximity of Ragnar here. They've been crawling for quite a while now. As long as they don't get spotted, might be doable. Milky Way, he is going to be seen by Wild. Wild stands up. The rest of the team should be able to open all guns onto this angle. He goes for the flush and gets shut down, but that's a knock. Now, can Ragnar do anything? Can Satan back him up on it as well? Because he is close enough to put a real big chunk of damage into this team. He doesn't have any nades, though, and that is going to be a really big difference maker. Playing forwards on this angle. Onyx Ravens yet to push across. Team Spirit, they've lost a player as well in the meantime.
Yeah, again, like I was saying, you know, that cross that Team Spirit had to make under the direct purview of a lot of squads here. And I think a huge amount of teams understand that that compound was certainly held, so there will be a lot of eyes on it.
Footballers Chaos moving up. Storm onto this tree. Corker knows exactly what's going on. Milky Way is there to help it out, but he's going low. Storm nearly gets it done, but not quite able to get that knock. teammates down the hill. Kairos trying to pick up the pieces, but that's sprayed away by Corker as well. Dokkan Machine, the last to stand for Footballers Chaos. They haven't got any eliminations so far, Blank. And again, this is a team looking to chase up towards the 16th place bubble. Every point matters at this stage. A placement, an elimination, you will take what you can get because you just need to keep crawling. No matter how bloody, no matter how bruised. It is all about consistently plodding along. Ragnar's doing a little bit more than that, but unfortunately swept out from the back line. Linebacker Furia is looking to roll down onto Satan as well. Oh my goodness. This guy in the buggy. I love how much this has developed as a playstyle. It's so entertaining to see just a buggy fly across your screen. And immediately there's the knock.
Yeah, it works a lot better when you got 4 players on side as well, just because there's so many angles you have to watch from that position now that it's sometimes it is difficult to see the buggy coming. Moneymakers struggling to stand up. Equally so, Na'Vi struggling to hold on over towards that eastern side as they're starting to be pushed out from the fielded area. Onyx Ravens did take a knock over towards Team Spirit. It was Rez, but they have lost a player and down now to 3.
BEŞİKTAŞ still just under fire. DA close by. As soon as DA go down, they might be able to move a little bit closer for the Moneymakers. They're really having trouble right now juggling these angles. Koa looking to get res. Team looking to establish these smoke lines. Havlik wants to nade on in, and that is the end of DA. That opens the door for Moneymakers to keep creeping forwards through these fields, up to the tree line now. And they picked up 4 eliminations, but BEŞİKTAŞ's down, and Havlik trying to heal out in the smoke. Hopefully it doesn't fade before he's done.
Koa dropping smokes out that way. Kitsune spots them, gets a tag on with the shots as well, so he's likely going to keep peppering some shots over that way. I think right now Team Spirit's more focused about getting some elimination points, and these are fairly free on the outside edge. Moneymakers, they have to move eventually.
Onyx Ravens as well, still alive up to the north edge of Team Spirit. And yet to take the shots down, but there's the nade. And Onyx Ravens now starting to push in. If they can deal with Team Spirit, they have a lot of control over this North Hill. And Nomi gets knocked as well. Kitsune going low. They're immediately just sticking the res. Naomi knocked out the buggy as well. And Onyx Ravens almost immediately, as soon as they crest this ridge, dispatching Team Spirit. It's a really hard ridge to defend against in this scenario. Nobody's putting pressure on the Onyx Ravens other than the circle. And they're already in with the edge of it as well. For Team Spirit, this is a really difficult position to hold off, but they have got 2 players, Kitsune and Nomi.
Milky Way actually spotting up over towards the Onyx Ravens. I think for Team Spirit, they're, like I said, they're concerned about the eliminations right now. Anything can pick up to bump up their game. Still 5 teams left in this circle. Nomi gets knocked out by Icy on the backlines there.
I see immediately taken back, though, by Virtus Pro across the way, and potential for yet another res over towards Team Spirit. 13 eliminations now for Virtus Pro. They are looking pretty hot right now. In this Erangel, a nade, a shot, comes on in from Moneymakers across the way. That's the only thing keeping Team Spirit safe right now, is Moneymakers trying to get these crossfires in. And Onyx Ravens just can't quite drop down over it.
Yeah, they keep attempting to get something done. Nomi, I think now he's pretty certain where they're playing. That could be a decent nade, actually. Doesn't find anything. Trying to finish off that knock. He's got 1 more nade. Not ideally on target either. A difficult one to throw up there. Onyx Ravens just trying to pump this scoreline as much as possible.
With 4 players alive, they've got a good chance at it. Na'Vi finally eliminated. So now Virtus Pro on the east side with a really, really solid spot, and the circle shifts up to them as well. Onyx Ravens, you don't really want to commit to pushing down the hill at this stage. They've given a lot of utility over to it, and it hasn't worked out. They haven't fully managed to get rid of Team Spirit. They're up to 8 eliminations as well. Virtus Pro on 14 at this point, after having taken down Na'Vi. A big game for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, this could be a gigantic match for Virtus Pro in terms of the points. I think Team Spirit might want to start looking back over towards the Moneymakers. on the edge of the circle. Smoke starts to come out. They want to ideally cut off that line of sight from the high ground coming through from Virtus Pro here.
Team Spirit also have the fact that they're on a slightly shorter and therefore slower side of the circle, which means that the Moneymaker's gonna have to move farther and faster as well. Virtus Pro have sightlines out to the Moneymaker's position, so they could potentially be trying to leverage that, but they will be looking out that way as well. They want the points themselves. Koa backed up into the building, and I think that's where he's going to finish the game. He does go down to the play zone. Now the south side open, a little bit more laterally movable for these teams. As Team Spirit trying to push up, Ali has to back off that hillside, doesn't have the backup to go for these trades. Virtus Pro spreading out in the meantime. They've moved so far forwards and pen everyone in.
Yeah, I like this from Team Spirit, though. They're trying to cause as much chaos as possible. So these teams have to fight one another. They want to create a sense of a third-party opening for Virtus Pro. Look at this, though. Leif goes extremely low, not able to be taken down. Kitsune sends back over towards the shack here. I think they're now looking for a second place. So cheeky for Team Spirit.
Ooh, Kitsune pushed off the rock, and Leith and Ali committing down the hill, giving ground to Virtus Pro to try and take that second place into control. The ridgeline just not giving him enough cover, and there's third place for Team Spirit, but at the cost of another knock over towards the Onyx Ravens. Virtus Pro, though, with only that backline to keep them in. They are fighting over this big valley that sits in the middle. Malo moving up to that hill, I think, is the most important move that's happened now. And it's going to make it really hard for the Onyx Ravens to take it back. However, they are split. And if Onyx Ravens get this res, they can go 2-2 and take these fights at the advantage. Furia crosses a lot of open ground, tries to get behind the tree, and he's got the cover. Hits the deck, can get healing on as well, and now 2 players in the middle.
I mean, for Onyx Ravens, that has been a tough side of the map to play. I think they've done pretty marvelously well to deal with it. Ali looks to be having a much better day today as well, which is nice to see. Potential at 2 extra eliminations on the game and a chicken dinner, 22 points. Is it possible? I mean, they'd have to have basically 2 or 3 more strong games, John, because their first one was absolutely whack.
And remember, they have to outperform both Footballers Chaos and Twisted Mind, so a strong game from either of them might be enough to seal the deal, but they have to get through the 2 from Virtus Pro first. And a lot of damage sent to Saleh, but luckily not finding that knock over towards him. Laith moving around the low ground. Malloy with 2 to challenge, but he backs off, allows them to move closer to his teammate, playing together now. Furia on that low ground, putting nades down range. And they're allowing Onyx Ravens to move in, but they are into nade range. Ali is low, healed back up very, very quickly. And Virtus Pro now giving maybe too much ground here. Furia hasn't got the value from the nades that he's looking for. One more over the top. Goes short, and Ali dodges the damage.
I mean, still 7 left in the pocket at this point in time. Realistically, Onyx Ravens just need to rush him. He goes forward, huge amount of damage, knocks him on the head. And knocks at least one of them flat to the ground.
Furia, more still in the back pocket. 5 still to go. Vigor's up to the tree. He has a teammate to worry about. And Malloy backing up Furia beautifully there. Swings in behind him. Oh, I pulled the pin, but I've got a UMP on my teammate, and he's right at my back. Virtus Pro playing off each other marvelously, fending off against 4 of the Onyx Ravens together. Malloy and Furia up to 16 eliminations. They want to put 20 on the board, Blank. They just need to find Ali. That would be all that they need to do it. Can Ali turn things around now in a 1 versus 2? Furious nades starting to run a bit dry.
I mean, this is Ali's moment to shine, right? Best player on the team. Can he 1v2 for the Onyx Ravens tournament lives?
No armor. A sliver of a level 3 helmet. Slowly, they move in. He's low on ammo. He's dropped his backpack, lower profile on the grass. But he's not going to need that many bullets if he doesn't get it done. With the ammo he's got, he's never getting it done because he will be dust. A brilliant 1-2 punch from Virtus Pro to see them into this 2v1, to turn it around from a 4 versus 2 to this scenario with the potential of getting up to 18 eliminations this match. as Furia breaks down low. They are being very fastidious, clearing every angle. They know just what Ali could be capable of here.
Ali being a little bit quiet, though. Maybe he could have wrapped up towards the high ground. And he should go down now to this nade. I think Fury has locked it in. Ooh, cheeky.
I think he still has the nade. Yep, they know he's up on this ridge. Nade over. Ali peeks, gets around and doesn't go down to it. A Molotov as well, and he's pushed up to the tree. He's more central. A chance here. Low HP and no armor though, and it's just so difficult to make this work. Will not be able to find it. And Virtus Pro with 18 eliminations, able to navigate and control the northern hillsides on the final circle. Onyx Ravens with a chance, but it was shut down by beautiful pair play coming through from Furia and Malloy of Virtus Pro.
Man, so high fives all around there. And again, it is a fantastic game. Nice one, yeah. Pull up the trousers. I mean, they really did pull up over towards Onyx Ravens, and they came with a plan in mind. Load up Furia, one of the best grenadiers coming through from Europe, and just let him have rip over towards that way. It was awesome. It was really awesome. And I think the Onyx Ravens, it could have been a match that would just give them that sliver of hope, right? That slim chance. But it goes down from being a 22-point game to being now just I believe, a 16-pointer on that match, which is so unfortunate.
You say just a 16-pointer, but it is kind of that kind of time for Onyx Ravens, right? Getting 16 points is great news for pretty much anybody else, but at this stage, it's looking pretty dire for the Onyx Ravens. The only caveat is that Twisted Minds and Footballers Chaos didn't get much done this match, and if they keep
0 points, I think.
Yeah, they did. I think there might have been a placement on the cards for Footballers Chaos in the midst of all of that, but yeah, only like 0 to 2 points at maximum for those two teams. So that barrier doesn't move just yet. So there's still always that little nail biter for them for getting on with it. Nomi, highest damage, 1.163k on those damage numbers, but Furia topped it out on the eliminations.
I mean, Fury coming through with the buggy play to save his team earlier on versus the Falcons, into just incredible nade play, dropping them up to 28 points on the match. Goodness me. Team Spirit get away with 14 on the game here, which is not terrible for them. And they're slowly making up pace. I think with that now, we can confidently say that they will be in first place for the overall standings of all 3 weeks. Which is a nice little result for them.
Definitely. Something that I think is a pretty deserved accolade. Right? It is Team Spirit that has been at the forefront of most people's minds when they look at this EMEA region, thinking which team's going to win this one out. It's probably going to be these guys, and they have had a good run, and they still have more to go. 3D Max, though, unfortunate that this has turned around on them in their bid for those top of the tables. And remember, it's still not out of the realms of possibility that Team Spirit can take that top spot entirely, because we were looking at 3D Max and Moneymakers, who also had not a miserable game this time around, to try and get up to that first place on week 3. Now Team Spirit is very much in that mix as well. They have put up numbers in the first 2 games today.
Yeah, again, what was it? 76 points that they'd need to draw even with IWNRX at the start of the day. I think they've done about half of that so far, which is sort of nuts. So if they do have 4 more good games, potentially,
There you
557, there you go. They have reached that first place position, and no one's knocking them off it. I do think that this will be impossible for Moneymakers to catch up to. 100%. That is just too far with only 4 matches to go.
Yeah, it's possible, of course, but Moneymakers not in fiery form today, it seems. They've had some okay pushes. It was a bit tricky for them, to be fair, in that last match on the south side of the circle, and I don't really begrudge them going down there, but still, they have left themselves a little bit short of that potential target. The good news for Team Spirit is actually from earlier today, from their Sandhawk, they draw level on chicken dinners. They are now also a member of the double-digit club at the top of those tables, 10 chicken dinners.
Here's the bottom of the leaderboards here. Twisted Minds, 3 points needed. 7 points needed for Football Chaos to draw even. But with that last game, it does bring the Onyx Ravens up to 284.
Okay.
Sort of a big deal. It would require both Twisted Minds and Footballers Chaos have bad matches for the rest of the day. And it would also require for Onyx Ravens to have good matches the rest of the day. Those teams, there's only one thing there that they're sort of good at. But in the meantime, we'll figure out just exactly how far these teams can go. But we're heading to a break, and we'll be back very shortly.
Gearing up now for map number 3. We are getting underway and we are getting into the thick of it here in the final day of week 3. For a lot of these teams, it's looking pretty set as to what their destiny will be with regards to the finals. But we've got probably now actually 4 teams after that last match from Onyx Ravens who could be in with a real chance of changing up that bubble position down towards 16th in the overalls.
Which is pretty silly, let's be honest. I'm sort of surprised by it all, but we will see exactly what Onyx Ravens can do. It, again, requires both Football is Chaos and Twisted Minds to do pretty terribly over the rest of the day, and also Onyx Ravens to do incredibly the rest of the day. Now, I'm not sure how likely that is, but it will be an incredible feat if pulled off by the Onyx Ravens. And I think if you're hoping that 2 teams do badly, Twisted Minds and Football is Chaos have not been having the best run of it so far.
Twisted Minds really looking to try and keep up the pace. I mean, they've had some okay games, and we were saying just getting 3 points average could see you into the finals and see you in with a chance of making your way along the road to the Esports World Cup, PMWC, taking place later this year from the 19th to the 28th of July 2024. That's this year, in case you were wondering. And it's the top 4 teams that go to the group stages, and that 5th place team will go to the survival stage to meet up with the teams that last chance to get into the finals over at the PMWC. It's exciting stuff, but only a few can make it there, and you need to be at the top of your game to be able to make it happen.
Yes, you do. You need to make sure that you can be the one at the top to dominate all the rest of the squads. It can be difficult. It can be very, very difficult. But if you want to be the one and stand out here over the PMSL EMEA, you need to get your hands on an INFINIX GT20 Pro. Our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. You can see all the players using the brand spanking new phone in their hands. And it has been good this tournament so far to us.
Certainly has. Players have been using it to great effect over the last nearly 3 weeks now. They've all been tapping away furiously trying to scrabble together as many points as they can. Team Spirit now with the most done over the course of all of our 3 weeks, and it is very, very unlikely, I would say close to impossible, that anyone is able to take them down from that top spot on the overalls. But this week 3 table still very much open season to maybe have a run on that first place position.
So our third game of the day now on that northern side of the map. We're heading across towards Lipovka. FLUX actually starting to do something different. Maybe heading over towards Yasnaya, possibly. Having moneymakers drop out early, obviously down towards Primos. This is one of the nicer playing paths for them. Obviously not the nicest. Could drop a little bit more southernly. But to be honest with you, there's a lot of vehicles over towards this west coast, so they should have no troubles getting down towards that south side. Multi-power drop. That makes sense for FLUX.
Yeah. They are just going late. Not going for that North George side. That was generally where they found themselves posted up after leaving Yaz. That's where they developed their strength. And you're right. You know, why change it if it isn't broken? Twisted Minds end up going over Yasnaya potentially. It looks like they are going to fall into Yasnaya with nobody else really giving them too much contest. Potentially DA could give them some jip there, but Kameshki may be a more likely destination for them. Circle goes south, cuts a bit of the Sosnovka military base in, but the main chunk of it, the bulk of terrain, will be on that southwest side yet again. And we ended up on the southwest edge of Pachinki last time around in those hills that sit there, where Onyx Ravens were denied access to it by Virtus Pro, but this time around, we are going back to a similar sort of area, but could be a very different game.
Tough circle, actually, John. I personally believe it's one of those ones where it actually could end up in Sosnovka, if you believe it, where you do get that hard southern shift. And then once again, so it's not entirely out of the question. And this might actually just cut in more water towards the end game as well. So difficult decisions ahead of a lot of our teams here to figure out.
Can NIGMA Galaxy escape Pachinki? That's the question here. They weren't able to do so last match. They came face first into FLUX's compound, and it just went pretty badly for them.
Indeed, it did. Again, I think it was an ill-informed approach towards that compound. It's a tough one to assault, honestly. And maybe we were slightly overconfident from NIGMA Galaxy. I respect that they did it. It's just you do have to be on the ball there, and it looked like they just weren't. If it went well, maybe they get themselves a strong position in the circle later on, but it just was not meant to be. Most of our teams are actually situated over towards that eastern side right now. I mean, Rozok, RCB. You've got Footballist KAOS, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, 3D Max, Virtus Pro, and DA all in that area. Two of our more significant teams are in the lobby in terms of importance on the leaderboards, and Twisted Minds and Footballist KAOS. And already we're having our first shift on the circle come through. It will bear on down towards that position on the western side.
It's going to be interesting to see what the moneymakers do with this circle, actually, because we haven't really spoken too much about them directly over the course of these first 2 matches. It's more been focused on 3D Max and Team Spirit, but the moneymakers are still in that field of teams that could potentially jump up and win this week. Week 3 standings could still be going their way, and they could even jump up over 3D Max, which is a little bit easier than chasing down the 200 points from IWNRX, but they are another team with that opportunity to do so, and they're pretty high up on the interweek overall positions as well, currently in 3rd place over there. So definitely, it feels like a team that has great potential, but as we've seen in a couple of those trash talk videos and those power ranking videos as well, it's a very much all or nothing team that can just have an off day and be nowhere to be seen, or they can come out swinging and set records.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult one. It is a really difficult one. And you hate to be a team in that kind of position because it makes your finals so much more stressful. Because you know you can get up there. You might just have a bad day. And a team that could have done insanely well over at the PMWC or even future tournaments, you just don't get to see them. Again, it is. I will always back Mr. Maxman, saying that consistency is the key factor in a lot of PUBG Mobile. Doesn't matter if you're consistently 4th place. That's good. If you're consistently 4th place, you're making a killing.
Oh yeah.
In the year.
I mean, that's what is that? That's going to be in 4th place. I think you get 4 points, right? And you get maybe 3 elims on that sort of a finish. So you're looking at 7 points average, which is like really, really solid when you consider that on the overalls. I think Team Spirit are what, on like 540 or so, something around that mark, maybe about 550. I think it was 556, if actually I might have misremembered that, but something around that sort of region. And on the number of games they played, that's not too far off what their average is. So being able to get into a top 4 position just by just finishing 4th every match and getting a couple of elims, it's very, very profitable. You're right.
Yeah. So again, I think a lot of teams aspire to be the best in the world. But some teams, I think you can aspire for that maybe 2 years' time, right? You know, get your fundamentals all right, get your consistency down, and then look for that push towards those games. Because it's not going to be a case of you pump the gas for a year and then you're PMGC champions. We've seen that with multiple squads. What you really want is a team that you can stay together with and understand that you can always get those pretty good results. And then you're able to keep that up. Stick with a consistent roster, same players every time. Eventually, you're going to have those lucky games. And you're going to get yourself a 1st place. And potentially even that PMGC title champion. So, something to look forward to. Again, I'm always a big advocate of the fundamentals in PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, though, we are having a lot of our players start to make their way in now. 3D Max rotating alongside Virtus Pro. Twisted Minds taking down Kakali from BEŞİKTAŞ.
Taking a point already. Okay. Starting to open things up. Actually, I don't think they flushed it out just yet.
They did.
Oh, okay, they've just found it. Okay. And that is very valuable. Remember, Twisted Minds. A very, very important position on the map. FLUX. A little bit further northwest. NIGMA Galaxy as well. Everybody trying to get into these hills. They're pretty familiar with them after that last match. Around this area. They're a little bit further south to where we finished last time around. But you could see those fields that sit north of Ferry Pier, east of Quarry, bordered by those hills. Everybody's trying to find, and it is a Quarry circle shift, Blank. That is a hard west edge to play. And a lot of that western side is completely unoccupied. Look at the Moneymakers move fast. They want that west edge of that Quarry position. There's a lot of useful compounds around there. It's very, very difficult terrain to navigate, though. It's very polarizing in terms of what options you can go for, depending on which side of the circle you're on. It's going to be difficult for teams, and I imagine we're going to see a lot of conflict on this south side.
Oh, yeah. 100%. There's a lot of little compounds you can even play and get some cheeky pickoffs over towards that south side of Quarry. Footballist, KAOS do find one player over onto Virtus Pro. That's another point up towards their tally. RCB look to go for the central rotation, but are being shut down because of it. As Brute Force came in. Loxy and Kiss make their way into it. This is a very strong spot to play, in my opinion, over towards the warehouses. If they can get Wild back up again, fantastic news. Twisted Minds out again.
Ooh. One elimination only, and it's NIGMA Galaxy to take them down on that south side. A brutal path trod for them. They do get 1 point, though, Blank. And with the game that they were able to get earlier on today, they've already gotten a little bit done, but it's not good. This is going to be the halfway mark of their day. And at this point, they have not quite done enough to be jumping on up. It is really quite nerve-wracking for Twisted Minds. And I'll tell you what else this means, is that Onyx Ravens might have a little bit easier of a time to try and rack up these points, but they've still got to have good games. They're on that northwest side, and they're actually quite isolated on this match, so potential to stay out of it for long enough to have a good shout.
I mean, you're right. I mean, for Onyx Ravens now, they're looking at a 20-point game, roughly, to draw even with Twisted Minds. I mean, that's crazy. That's one match. That's barely even a good chicken dinner, right? 10 elims on the match, chicken dinner, bish bash bosh, and they're up towards 304 points on the leaderboard, which I think is about 3 or 4 points behind Twisted Minds at this point in time.
Yeah, it will be very, very close. But it's still a long way to go. There's still 15 teams alive. Unfortunately for the Onyx Ravens, and perhaps fortunately for Twisted Minds. Footballers Chaos, though, they're at the back of the queue on the east edge. And again, this is another team looking to chase. And they've only got the 1 point so far as well. However, they are in this circle. The hills on that south edge, just north of Ferry Pier. That ridgeline that has so many trees that litter across it. For the time being, will be potentially a path for them forwards. DA Falcons out on the east side, scrapping it out in the blue over south of Pachinki, around that farm split drop.
I think this shifts back over towards the east is so grim for a lot of teams trying to set up towards Swamp, trying to set up towards Quarry. It helps out Na'Vi, and specifically helps out Footballers Chaos, who were trapped out on that eastern edge. There should be a lot of teams looking to take up position, take up residence towards that area of the map.
FLUX probably pretty happy about this as well. They were on that east side of Quarry. They can try and transition, but the Gladiators have moved nice and quickly, actually, into control of a lot of the hillside that sits on the north edge of this circle, and are quite happy with their position for now. We'll see if they're able to keep a hold of it. They have the high ground there that overlooks quite a lot of the south side.
NIGMA Galaxy also have a really strong spot in the circle in those compounds, just to that southeast edge of the mountain. I will say that with a bit of a caveat there, because they were unable to fend off versus Team Spirit beforehand. Albeit that was a bit of a third party coming through from the fight that they took between them and FLUX in those buildings. Team Spirit came and cleaned up. But I think that's also the game that Team Spirit are able to get themselves a chicken dinner on. So I think NIGMA Galaxy certainly understand the relevancy of this position within the circle.
3D Max on the north side. DA close by. Potential conflict here, as both teams are going to want a little bit more out of this circle. Scarface spotted. Narvalo emptying the mag. Robs has to hit the deck as well to stay up, but does so. And now 3D Max actually repositioning to go full force into this fight. Smoke blooming in front of them. Scarface still a little bit pinned down, but his smoke is up as well. His buggy not so healthy there. And the rest of DA are going to try and move further into this circle. 3D Max wanted to try and snag a point, but Scarface steps up. Diversion immediately as soon as he does. And Rob swings out to the side, but not quite fast enough. There it is with a 1-2 punch. SnowX swings through and keeps his teammate alive. Now Robs can get res, but Yekta wants to crash on in. Victor playing guard now with his own vehicle and stopping the crash coming on through. The sail in on the buggy. That flush is going to be made harder, but Robs is bleeding out to nades now.
Somehow living through this at the moment. Gladiators coming on that north side. They're going for the third party here, John.
DA looking to hold off on two fronts. They're doing well onto Narvalo, but they're down to two players. 3D Max will also have to fend this off as Gladiators swing around to the west to put 3D Max in the middle now. The top performing team in this lobby without IWNRX in the mix. And they are getting crunched in against DA, who are only on two themselves. The Gladiators have found themselves a really well-timed shift. up to this northern side, but they're going to have to get far away from this one soon. In the meantime, out in the blue, Victor dipping out, back on into the zone. The nades rolling down towards him. Needs to be careful. Last player alive, and there's one over to DA. The Gladiators open the door. He can move forwards, maybe get the flush, pick the point away, and he does. Victor now, the last to stand, and you've got to think Gladiators want to shut this down.
I think they realize that they might need to get a move on, but they should be able to get a side swipe in the vehicle. Victor just dropping smokes. Frozen passes on by, but will also pass the information back. Potentially a nade can come through, but Frozen does it the old-fashioned way. And just 2 eliminations there. Up to 171 on the game, though, for 3D Max. Getting close, but a lot of wasted games at the moment.
Meanwhile, over towards the south. Brute Force trying to rock up onto the Falcons' position in the shack. Gets a little bit hair-raising there, and Freezer does go down, but Neos seals the deal. That's a very open area, a very open position, and everyone is going to know about it. Onyx Ravens, they've been shunting in on the west. Team Spirit were able to take this really powerful compound out towards the Ferry Pier split, just between Ferry Pier and Primorsk. And Onyx Ravens tried to push in, but Team Spirit hold well. But this nade from Ali looks good on the cook. Just dips out the window there. And Nomi sails on in the pin. Not quite out fast enough. Unable to get the knock there. Brilliant stuff for the Onyx Ravens to find Team Spirit of all teams as well. Their bid for the top of the tables made harder and harder, but they're down to just Saleh now.
Just the one player left remaining. The Onyx Ravens, you doubt this is going to be a strong game. They did flush out effect, so frustrating for Team Spirit. Not being able to have their MVP player on the team, the front man of the squad. Saleh goes down to Nomi. Good flank from him. Takes Team Spirit up to 4 relims total, but down to 3 players. Again, I do think from this position they could quite easily play this game out, though. It's not all doom and gloom for them.
No, they still have got a pretty decent shout with a foothold to leap towards those hills that run along the south of this circle. The position currently that Footballers Chaos and Virtus Pro are fighting for over on the east side, very, very valuable as well. We'll see if anyone's able to start to elongate their existence over on that south edge. The north side getting very, very scrappy. And it's got to funnel itself over to the west side here. You can see the moneymakers kind of caught out and amongst it. FLUX trying to navigate their way through. Gladiators as well. Gonna have to swing through these hills. Enigma Galaxy in the way of it all, but maybe they're willing to share with FLUX. Moneymakers want to get in here too. You can see them moving in as soon as FLUX leave that vacuum. They're sucked on through.
Yeah, it's a similar position we saw FLUX try and take in our other angle that ended up here. But because FLUX have less players, they're a little bit less willing to take the fight there with Enigma Galaxy. Circle, yeah, this becomes such a killer compound now for Enigma Galaxy. Footballers Chaos getting some good work done over towards our eastern side, taking down 2 players from Virtus Pro as they split up on their approach. It's a good angle of approach from Footballers Chaos.
And Footballers Chaos, remember, a team chasing. 2 points there, getting closer and closer to the placements as well. Havlik spotted by Lewis from BEŞİKTAŞ. We're further around on that route out from Quarry. Koa gets very, very close by, but Lewis stops him dead in his tracks, pulls the handbrake on the buggy. Sets it to manual. Icy rolling up to the high ground, has to hop out here, and Gladiators have an angle on it, forcing Icy into the fight, and he will be good with it. Actually, that's Bishke who's chiming on in for the Moneymakers, who's able to get that long-range shot and maybe look for a res. The Gladiators want to try and slow this one down further as Virtus Pro get taken out of the mix. Footballers Chaos playing well on the southeast side. Tixi gets the shots over towards Havlik, and the Moneymakers continue to have the pressure forced upon them from this north edge.
Yeah, the Moneymakers here weren't able to pincer 2 teams, which is what they found a lot of success on last time. This time they find themselves on the receiving end of the sharp claws of 2 squads. They were able to win out their fight between them and BEŞİKTAŞ, but the nades come pouring in now. BEŞİKTAŞ Pushes off, but Gladiators push in. Some good nades on that side. Takes down Bishgate. Now just Icy remaining for the Moneymakers.
Matic sprayed into the smoke, actually connected a shot. It gets 2 or 3 more there. Taps on. Unfortunate timing on the peaks from Icy to step into the way of a few bullets. Na'Vi on the south side in the meantime. Could be putting pressure over towards Team Spirit. There's a nade, a knock, a few more points added to the Na'Vi tally here. And Team Spirit might have had their run cut short. They're just down to the one player left standing. It's just Kitsune trying to survive. It's not going to go well.
Just take himself out. 4 eliminations, 10th place. Not the best of games there for Team Spirit. Again, a bit more gambly today. I don't mind that. And I think some of the gambles have worked out extremely well. Some of them don't. And I mean, with a shift like that heads further up towards that north side, you just don't get the opportunity to have a good game there. So I am pleased with NIGMA Galaxy. Within the circle for them to get themselves a win here.
Certainly is. They've been holding this one down for quite a while. They're on 4 elims. They'll want a little bit more than that. And in general, that's what you kind of see from these central positions, right? You just fend people off. No one really wants to go for a really hard crash onto you. So you don't really get the opportunity to rack up the points in the mid to late game. The mid to early game, sorry. And getting 4 at this stage is actually a pretty good result for NIGMA Galaxy. But now they're going to have to start to open their eyes, take these shots out wide, and capitalize, convert this power into points.
I mean, for Na'Vi, so low on the tables here. They haven't got a lot of eliminations on this game either. Football is chaos, though. This is, yeah, a really important game for them. Up to 4 eliminations. Make that 5 now. As well as a very good potential at getting a high placement in this game.
Poser down as the Gladiators continue on the warpath. Got 9 eliminations now. They're doing pretty well. Okay, NIGMA Galaxy having to fend off a crash for the first time, and actually 2 players looking to go down. They've lost Ralph now for NIGMA Galaxy, but they've taken 2 knocks over towards Na'Vi, who are crashing in underneath them. FLUX have a shot over towards 6 as well, and there's the off angles across the way, lending their assistance to the wounded NIGMA Galaxy. Gladiators may be looking for an off angle as well. The ground floor, a hotbed of nades right now. Puncher has Coops peeking him down the stairs, and he has to flood out the back, trying to hunker down behind the UAZ. See how long that lasts you. Puncher still with a bit of HP left to go. Lufa knocked as well. I think Lord is still alive, but only just. And NIGMA Galaxy now have Footballers Chaos to deal with.
Goodness me. Oh, kicking off here on the south side of the map. Football is chaos. Could be picking themselves up a lot of points here, John, which can see them very safe towards that top side. Well, towards the bottom side of the lobby, really. But that is very, very important for them, because with this game, they can solidify their position going through to the finals. So they can get far ahead of both Heroic and Twisted Minds. It's really then only a battle between the Onyx Ravens and Twisted Minds there. The 2 twins duking it out. Vigors and Dammy.
Puncher taken down by Coops with a drop shot from the window. Descends upon him with the SK-12. And NIGMA Galaxy get 1 more point on the board. 5 eliminations up to 5th place. I think you're right. I think this is going to do it. To get up over Heroic gives you a lot of safety in towards the top 16. How much further can they go, though? How much more of a margin of safety can they give themselves here on the south side, crashing up to this compound? Because the Gladiators have been on the hunt this match, but they're going to have to leave the high ground now.
It's not an easy shift over. I mean, you could send towards the western compound. I think that they'd rather wait for the next circle before making the decision. They already know it's a little bit late for a crazy rotation downwards. Footballers KAOS get themselves into a really gorgeous spot. Nice shot from Kairos too. Over towards Freezer, looking to confirm.
Ooh, who got it there? Okay, it was Kairos. 6 now. Up on the boards. Rookie. There's a nade sent his way, but he dodges it. Nicely done. Another one. Is he going to be as lucky this time? Looks like he's shuffling about. Giving it a good try. Neos. He's taken a couple of shots from Footballers KAOS. And they keep laying down the lead, but they are looking maybe a little bit thinner on the ground of the ammo than maybe they'd like. The circle a little bit further north towards FLUX's corner of the compound. Rookie finally taken out. NIGMA Galaxy still on 3. Still playing on the south side. They're going to have to push up now, though, onto Footballers KAOS.
Yeah, you sort of can't count NIGMA Galaxy out yet, and there's been a lot of shots been taken through from Footballist. Northern Shift on the circle does give Gladiators that little bit of the edge that they were waiting for. And they'll be glad they didn't head down towards that western side too early. There is just little cover in this area, so might have to post some vehicles out in front of them.
Are the Gladiators going to be in with a chance of jumping up to 200 points today as well? Are we going to have a crazy potential day from 4 teams now?
I mean, with the Gladiators having 10 eliminations on this match and a potential at... How many more there? A potential at 8 more? Maybe.
I mean, look at that. They're 163 for Team Spirit. 171 for 3D Max. 149 for Gladiators. I mean,
They draw pretty close.
a big match here.
Nice nade.
Could do it. Coops goes down to an aid from Footballers KAOS, but there is an instant trade over towards Kairos. So a 1-for-1, and Lufa just standing
That is
out
a
in the open.
great nade.
Completely copies the exact same trajectory on the previous nade. Puts one in through the window. Oh, I thought that was going to be on. But no, Doka Machine behind the wall there. Hops out over the balcony. Playing on the outside, but it seems like Lufa's read that perfectly. Unfortunately,
How is
doesn't
he not
quite
gone?
find the full knock there. Lufa is being such a
Yeah, he deserved that.
so-and-so with these nades on the off angle. But it's Matic to find Doka Machine, and Footballers KAOS go down, but they have done enough here. Blank 4th place, 6 elims. They've got 10 points on the board. And that should see them just about over heroic. If not this match, certainly in the next 3. Solus knocked to Gladiators, who want to rack up as many points as they can to maybe have that super-duper outside chance of making it up to that top spot. They want to have the fight for it at least.
Juicy game there. Coops, though. This guy is still a monster inside the lobby. Does find one of them. AZ looks for a different angle. M4, dwindling ammo count in it, alongside with a dinner plate. Good shot onto Lord there from Frozen. Very much needed. 2 angles left now to deal with, which is so much easier to manage.
Easy, though. Spotted by Ketch. Last player for FLUX. They've been in this compound almost as long as NIGMA Galaxy have. And now Ketch is trying to stay alive, but with Tixie there, I think he spotted the hop out. Launches a nade forwards. Ketch gets the flush. And NIGMA Galaxy are back up to 3. Ketch staying safe from these nades. But I don't know how much longer that's going to last. If they keep throwing them over, eventually one's going to find the money. And that's exactly what they were looking for. Now 2 versus 3. The Gladiators, 13 eliminations, wanting to get up to 15. NIGMA Galaxy on 10, wanting to get to 12. There's damage, but not a knock.
Again, for NIGMA Galaxy, get themselves back up to 3 players here. Awesome. And losing AZ is a really big deal. Your high ground angle, getting displaced here is bad news. Tixie has to get to this tree before any of NIGMA Galaxy sees him. He is able to do it.
I think Lufa saw it.
That was a very risky play, though.
Lufa did see it, and now Coops has got his eyes beadily trained upon this tree trunk. Tixie peeking the left side. I think this is pretty prudent of him. Peeking that right side. Okay, just go for it. Finds Coops, immediately gets the knock. NIGMA Galaxy on the long side. Tixi on this high ground, having an impact now, but might have to descend very, very soon. They spray, but they can't quite find it. Lufa being pushed back. There's the knock they needed. Lord finds Tixi in response. Frozen nades forwards now, and it's all up to him for Gladiators to try and take this one away from NIGMA Galaxy. They want the res, but he's not got nades. Lord breaks out, gets the shot, and the DPS opens up on both barrels. And Frozen now looking for the first aid. Coops is low. Lufa has the nades. He was being brutal with them over towards Football's KAOS, and it's right on the money yet again. It's Lord to seal the deal with the rest of the roster. NIGMA Galaxy from the compound put 12 up on the board. A brilliant breakout wide from Tixi on the Gladiators team, but it just wasn't enough to keep NIGMA Galaxy at bay.
Yeah, honestly, I think Lufa deserves a little bit of the high five going on from the team. He'd done a wonderful job on that match. Some of the nades he was throwing was gorgeous. Yeah, big thumbs up from him. I think a lot of teams were just not ready for the accuracy that this guy displayed inside that match. Football is KAOS, get themselves not the meatiest game in the world, but certainly one that will keep them in the running to meet with the rest of their comrades over towards the old finals with the rest of the teams inside the lobby, which is really nice to see. I mean, it took a little bit more than I expected it to, though.
It certainly did. A little bit more was what they needed to be able to get on up there. But now, with that threshold being crossed, with the points that they've been able to earn so far, they are going to be pretty happy with that. Because with the Heroic now behind them, it is a question of, can Onyx Ravens have 3 matches in a row on 20 points to take them out, right? That's the only way it happens. And not only that, they need to be getting 0s, 1s, 2s in the rest of today as well. Highest damage comes through from Tixi. The Gladiators dominated for a long time around those hills to the northeast of Quarry, and they took a lot of players out of the lobby. Tixi, most notably so there. The points as they stand, 22 on the match for NIGMA Galaxy, 19 for the Gladiators, pretty close behind.
Yeah, still a nice game for the Gladiators there, regardless of what happens. I do think it's sort of interesting that Tixi is performing so well. And maybe it was just a case of that one day when they took him out and they had a successful day. I wonder if it was a wake-up call for him, that he can't keep making these silly mistakes, can't keep breaking out wide all the time and going down on his own. So when they brought him back in again, because I think this is the first time in a long time that Tixi's actually been subbed out for the team on Gladiators. So yeah, for Tixi, I think that meant a lot to him. So when he comes back in, he's actually performing incredibly well, because he can perform incredibly well. He's a ridiculously strong player.
Absolutely. We have the phrase in EMEA of Tixi supremacy. I think Maxman.
Maxi.
When you combine them, they are Maxi, right? But no, Maxman kind of coined that phrase of Tixi supremacy that spoke about when, I think it was when they were initially on the Na'Vi team, right? When they were the first outing of that roster under the banner of Na'Vi. The guy was insane. He was really, really incredibly powerful and this sort of mad dog of the roster. He's settled down a little bit, but he's still got that fight in him, and it's great to see that being displayed here. Overall rankings, as they sit still, IWNRX are atop the pile, with 3D Max slowing up a little bit, Team Spirit as well, but the Gladiators putting their foot in the door, but with only 3 matches to play. I think I'm starting to count out teams like Gladiators and maybe even Team Spirit and Moneymakers at this stage.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those things where so many teams have been like, yeah, we can actually take first place spot. And there's only so many people that can do it. And unfortunately, everyone else had the same idea. So we're getting more of an even playing field towards that top side lobby, but no one team is getting all the points. 3 more matches, certainly doable, but everyone's making it very difficult for one another.
Absolutely. And it's now all up to Twisted Minds to try and change the bottom of the tables and the Onyx Ravens to maybe have 3 50-point games in a row to help themselves up into those finals. It's getting a little bit more and more unlikely that we're going to be seeing them in the finals, but there's still 3 more matches to play, and it is still certainly got a lot more action yet to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Now, our teams have been going head to head to head to head, and I'll keep going on for 16 times of that if I keep going, but I'll draw it to a close there because we're only going to have two be highlighted here as we see our TDM come through, our little punctuation mark in the middle of our day of matches here. The PMSL EMEA, of course, $500 up for grabs, and this time around it is Falcons versus Moneymakers, with the Moneymakers calling them out. And I feel like maybe there's a little bit of sass being in operation there. Oh, you didn't see anything. Don't worry. The Moneymakers called out Falcons, who are at the bottom of the tables right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is within their own region, but it does feel sort of cruel.
Yeah.
But we'll see how this goes down. I'm sure, again, anyone that can make it to the PMSL EMEA is no slouch on the game. So this shouldn't be... I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk for the Moneymakers.
I think there is an expected outcome, though. And I think that
yes.
we shall be we should be surprised if it goes to the Falcons. But we saw IWNRX losing a TDM that we really didn't expect them to see them lose, especially once they'd already opened that 10-point lead. So stranger things have happened. It could go their way. Will it? Probably not.
I think the Moneymakers have got some crazy gun skill. And this is sort of their home ground, honestly. But Falcons open up with the first elimination, John.
They're winning. They're winning, Blank. They're doing
They've
it.
won.
They've won already.
They've won already.
It was actually only one elimination. We changed the rules. It's only the one elimination. Oh, no. It's even again.
Oh, sliding's involved again.
Ah, no nades that I've seen so far, though.
No. Sliding in, nades out. You can have one or the other, but not both.
Uh-oh. Okay, holding down that trigger. And it's going to work out for the Falcons. 3-3.
Yeah, Gaith is actually kind of a sick clutch player. We've seen him in a lot of situations where he's able to do some crazy work for his team. Falcons, though, still looking to put the pressure on. Up to... Ooh, almost found another there.
Keith goes down. And it's blow for blow, still 7-6. No definitive gap being open, but it's pretty rapid pace on this match. The Moneymakers losing players on the sidelines, but they now have a 2-point advantage. BEŞİKTAŞ up behind the concrete. Sees the barrel, lines up for 2, but they're not going to allow him to get it. 9-8 now.
Yeah, should have absolutely known he was there. He just jump peek it really quick, but, you know, reflexes. Yep. More useful, apparently, for the Falcons. Yeah, even Stevens. At the moment, try to go for the cheeky peek up.
Damar trying to hold his angle, popping the magazine back into the receiver. And BEŞİKTAŞ holding down behind the boxes. Moneymakers slowing this down now. They're taking positions behind. They're allowing Falcons to step forwards, potentially into the trap. But they shall set for them. 12-10. But Damar slides out, tries to get that off angle. Ragnar sweeps the leg and looks for more as well. Waits for that reload to come through. Capitalizes perfectly. Icy tries to cut the cross, but Ragnar still up and kicking. Finally goes down as Icy tags a bullet around the edge of the container.
It is super close. You know, Falcons could actually win this. Funnily enough.
Okay. They're up to 16-14 now.
Yeah. It's going to come down to the wire, right?
Remember, there's $500 on the line for these two teams. Look at that sliding out from Damar. He wants to go for it again. Out, and he's in. He's playing the hokey pokey with the Moneymakers right now. And he's going for a little bit more, but that's not quite what it's all about there. BEŞİKTAŞ stops the dance. 19-18 now. The Moneymakers wrestle this match back into control. 19-18.
It was a quick turnaround. Sort of necessary as well. I think losing to the Falcons would be a great blow. Losing out on the $500 bonus shot.
Yeah, but
it is still tied up.
20 all at the moment. It takes about, I would say, 20 seconds to solidify a lead in TDM after you're able to take a back step to get that healing to come on through. That's when you can really solidify it. So Moneymakers in charge right now. That the pace of all of this going their way, and with these 3 eliminations, they just need to outlast and then start to look for these trades. Damar hitting the floor. But not quite able to get these shots while he's sliding on target. BEŞİKTAŞ finds yet another. Now a 6 elimination. Gulf has opened up. Cut down to 5 by Gaith, but he's low and potentially an even trade to come back on in. And the Moneymakers now looking to lock in this lead and not give anything back their way, but there's now down to 3 on the cut. And that's what I was talking about. It's not quite solid. But in the end of it all, there's a 4-point lead, and the Moneymakers re-establish their line.
4 points ahead. Come to a close soon. It does slow down a little bit at this point. People don't want to give away 3 eliminations, but fortunately, the Moneymakers have tried to keep things at an even pace. Falcons just refusing to stop at the moment.
They've already surpassed the lower bounds of team results on TDM. 21 was the lowest result we saw for eliminations on a TDM on a losing side. And they've already managed to jump up on over that. Don't think they're even in the bottom 3 right now, which is good news for Falcons. Something they're not quite used to most of the time. But 32 points now on the board for the Moneymakers. Still only 3 ahead.
It's not a huge lead. Again, Falcons were able to bring this back earlier. Too slow, I think. Moneymakers need to just themselves a little bit crazy. They're actually scared now.
A nice shot through from Havlik. And they sweep out wide. They need the trades. They go 1 for 1. Now 3 left on the Moneymakers tally to try and get this win. And 38 up on the board. 2 more needed to 34. It's close, but the Falcons in a massive disadvantage right now. They catch Icy on the cross. Satan spotted though, and now just the 1 elimination remaining to reach that 40 points. And BEŞİKTAŞ lands the final blow. It's the Moneymakers to take it away. And the Falcons gave them a run for their money. But the Moneymakers not that out of breath.
Yeah, it was instantaneous. A little bit of confusion, not too much. Got a love heart coming through from Icy. Strong game though, 40-34. It looked a little bit scary towards the end there, John. But luckily, they were able to bring it back under control. And that is our last TDM challenge.
Oh.
Last TDM challenge of the league stage. We've got something special lined up for you guys over in the final. Wait to find out what that is.
We know. We already know. You guys don't know. Oh dear. It's our secret for now, but you're going to have to tune in if you want to find out what it's all about. But the TDM laps have gone on through. Only 2 teams that were the MVP candidates didn't manage to convert on their win on their TDM challenge, which of course I think IWNRX were one of them. I think Virtus Pro were the other. But to be fair to IWNRX, they also had like 500 other TDMs that they were able to win as well, because Zed Wolf just kept racking up MVPs over the course of this tournament.
They were on a decent percentage, let's be honest. Yeah. In terms of wins. And I think they just underestimated RCB a little bit. We'll be back very shortly with match number 4 as we are closing out this day very shortly. Let's see who comes out on top in PMSL EMEA.
It's almost coming to a close. The league stages just keep marching on, Blank. We're almost through with week 3, where it's kind of crazy. It feels like just yesterday we kicked off with our first day back in week 1. But no, it is coming to a close, and there are only 3 matches left. Twisted Minds, the name currently at the forefront of the teams in your mind right now, because they have a chance to bump Heroic out of the top 16. They have a chance to unleash the beast to claim their right to the finals with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA.
And unleash the beast, they'll have to if they want to get up towards that top side into the top 16 and towards those finals. The Onyx Ravens on the precipice of success, but it is getting further and further away out of their grasp. See what they can do in this game. Playing path up from Stalbert down towards the western side of our map here. Last angle of the league stage, John. Woo. Almost done.
I know. The last time we'll see the grassy pastures, until next week, that is, when the finals kick off on the 7th of the week. Of course, we don't have that Wednesday, Thursday league stage days. We are only going for 3 days in the final, and teams looking to earn their bonus points here as well. You can see at the top, Zedwolf has been on a tear this week, but no me on the damage. He's hot on the heels right now.
Not doing too bad, actually. Might even be able to catch up. I mean, it's only 900 damage need to be done, and we know Nomi does that just on the regular game, not even on a chicken dinner. So, see what they can get done on their final 3 matches of the day. Head down towards farm. Good start here for any team dropping over towards the eastern side of the map. That's Virtus Pro. Football is Chaos. Team Spirit. Potentially even Na'Vi. I think 3D Max might have hoped that they dropped down towards Miltipower, but it was a bit of a stretch for them, and they would have needed to steal some of Virtus Pro's vehicles.
Maybe even steal some away from where Team Spirit are dropping as well. It looks like they've already got contact as Football is Chaos. Okay, they're going to diverge from one another. Immediately, Football is Chaos rally around, stick back together. I like that. But I also like that Team Spirit not going to stick around too long. After that last match as well, Blank, we've got 2 new entries to the Century Club of the 100 eliminations during league stage. That is going to be Team Spirit with another entry on the board now in effect. That puts 3 of their 4 players in the Century Club. And of course, well, maybe not of course, the other player to enter is another player from NIGMA Galaxy. It's Lord up on 100 as well.
Yeah, unsurprising that. He's also been really consistently good throughout this entire tournament, John. Onyx Ravens flowing around the side of 3D Max. I don't think they wanted to get too much into an engagement between those two at this stage of the game. I think Honest Ravens realizes that a botched hot drop could be the end of him. It's not worth it for them at this point.
Moneymakers finally entering to their drops over towards Primorsk. They're going to have to get along pretty quickly. But they'll be familiar with this. They know how to rotate past this. And we'll be seeing them, I'm sure, in these later phases. No one really out on that west coast to give them too much trouble. Brute Force a little bit further north, but it shouldn't be too bad for them. FLUX dropping on those apartments, split with school as well. No one, again, contesting that area. RCB actually sending very, very quickly to a more central position. We've seen them do this sort of thing before, right? Get to the middle as fast as you can and try and hold out. They've sent Silas to try and scout out the position that they can go for. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they like to, yeah, they're going up to this Heaven compound to try and take control. Or maybe they're going a little bit further than that. They're trying to regroup onto Silas's position right now. These three at the back still have their forward scout over towards Mansion now.
Yeah, usually they like to play around Shelter, but they are going to send it far over towards that eastern side. A reasonable play, actually, from RCB. I think they realize that if they wait around for too long, there's like quite a big glut of teams will have dropped out early with that plane path coming in from the northeast side. So they just roll out before they've even really done any looting. Just to get ahead of the game, because everyone else will be looting in this area. And because they were able to drop out early, they'll be quicker to the scouting. So it seems reasonable to me. RCB rotates in the first minute of the game here.
Looking for a little bit more loot as well. The split drops around that area, maybe giving them something else, but Footballers KAOS actually quite close by to them. And RCB, they still haven't settled. I thought they were going to pull up in Mansion, get some looting done there, but no. They want to go even further south. They want to try and take Lumberyard.
Interesting. Really are scouting a lot of positions. Corker, I think, realizes this. We'll pass that information back over towards the rest of Virtus Pro, but they are regrouping down towards Milter at the minute. Circle starts to close now. 3 minutes for the rest of the teams to make their way on over towards that eastern side.
An interesting shift over on the northwest, by the way, is Onyx Ravens going all the way out to Zaki, so not going to even contest 3D Max in North George. They're not going to play close to one another, but still going to be rotating from the same area on the map, so potential for conflict there. And I think actually 3D Max maybe looking to move out and take the fight to Onyx Ravens here as they move out the west side of North George.
Yeah, I mean,
the Onyx Ravens did this to IWNRX before.
I know, there could be some kind of contest towards that northwest edge, which would be fairly depressing, actually, for the Onyx Ravens. I think that would ruin their tournament, in fact.
I think I'd agree. Ooh,
How is Nomi not dead?
He doesn't need health. He's just that good. He just outskilled death.
Yeah, that was one hell of a headshot over towards him.
Look at his helmet. Almost entirely gone.
The bullet pinged around inside of it a little bit before heading out the front. Back towards NGX.
Same hole it came into even.
Yeah.
Narvalo
Nick
spotted.
Raven's fine. One of the players, Leif, currently up against a few of them. Will find one, but cannot find Victor. And the rest of the team's just nowhere near him right now. So unfortunate.
I mean, 3D Max wanted this fight. They intentionally went out, scouted Zaki for the Onyx Ravens. They saw some shoots. They heard the vehicles going out there. They knew that they were there. They moved up and took that fight. That really looked dangerous for them as well. And Victor found again. A nade over the top. Vigas, Saleh rallying on in through. They've lost their teammate, and they are mad about it. Could be the drawing close of their tournament. And they're pinning 3D Max into the bunker. Oh, dear. I wonder how long this is going to last, because Onyx Ravens, I mean, do you stay here? No, because you just completely garrote your entire point-scoring potential for the rest of the match by bleeding out in this blue zone so far from this next circle. This is actually a really interesting dynamic that exists not only in this match, but in the context of the tournament. The Onyx Ravens' only chance is to leave this and have a better match in the late game.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for some more eliminations here. They're up to 2, but you're right. They need to get a move on. Look at the circle. Shifts far down towards that southeast side.
And they're out.
Dear, dear me.
If it was the other way around, 3D Max stay and close that fight out, I think. If it was Onyx Ravens downstairs. But because of the pressure of the tournament, they've got 2 points. They have to leave, because they need, like, 20-point games.
Yeah, Leif almost opened something massive, but sadly not to be. I mean, 2 eliminations is not bad to start things off, but again, you're going to be right on the outer edges of what is already a very difficult zone to fill a lot of players into. Is the type of zone that, you know, you get to stage 3, stage 4, and we just start having members drop like flies in this lobby.
RCB, they did the whole world tour and settled on Lumberyard, and this circle has helped them out even further. Again, over to this Milterpower Peninsula. It feels like we've seen a lot of conflict on this specific hillside over the course of this tournament, over this league stage. And so teams will be very familiar with this. So I'm going to be really interested to see in the last Erangel of the league stage how they're going to try and navigate this one, because everybody is now very, very closely crunched together. Nobody has gone all the way down yet. Still 16 teams alive.
Yeah, it's sort of astonishing that we do have so many up, but finally get one of our front engagements here. Twisted Minds also taking shots over towards Fire Flux. Satan is just dodging bullets.
He's got none more. Oh, and he still needs to reload. What? Okay. I thought they were going to spot him there, but he managed to get out of dodge completely. Allowed to the complete runaround against BEŞİKTAŞ. Kakali and Lewis now, the last to stand. And Lewis doesn't know where he is. He's completely spun around, and now just Kakali on the outskirts. Falcons somehow dodge everything that BEŞİKTAŞ throw at them.
Yeah.
And it looks just wayward from BEŞİKTAŞ.
Yeah, I mean, they're so healthy right now. It doesn't make much sense, right? It doesn't make much sense whatsoever. The bullets just curving round the bodies of the Falcons. DA in prison. I find that a bit of an odd one. I'll need to exit there at some point.
I feel like prison is kind of like the antithetical position for them as well, right? Because they, in general, what we said of them is they like to keep people at distance and keep people at bay with an advantage position. Prison is like you're surrounded. I suppose they have moved up to the hills on the east of it now, but if you're in prison, that position really sucks for that kind of gameplay, but they have managed to navigate around it nicely. Give themselves a potential route up towards that hill on the southeast. There's a plateau that sits just a little bit further to the south of them, but RCB are going to have a pretty decent oversight on that.
Yeah, to be honest with you, at this point in time, for a lot of the other teams here, this should be a circle that they know very well. We've had this one multiple times during the tournament. So all the key compounds should be understood from these players, which does make this an even more difficult prospect for a lot of teams in our lobby. Reading into rotations and movements will be a little bit easier. So it becomes a question of, do you want to be the one to move first? Do you not want to be the one that moves first and try and pick off some of these rotations that come through? Moneymakers, their rotation, very read into as they try and cut in over on this southwest side. Funnily enough, it's Team Spirit trying to hold them out here, who tend to try and get further in. I think this is the first time we've seen them stop short and instead try and play edge. So this is a different play style from them this game.
Gladiators as well on the west side. Looking to crunch down. How long can Team Spirit hold as the linchpin really of this western blockade? Moneymakers trying to reposition the vehicles, but frozen. Tapping away. Sending a couple down range. Letting them know. A little tap tap. We're here. We see you. You try and leave, it's gonna hurt. Gladiator's making the threat.
Yeah, I think Moneymaker's now in a pretty rough spot, actually. They're right on the outer edge of the circle, so they have to move at some point. Havlik can barely peek his head out of that window before immediately shots come in. And again, it's difficult because both the Gladiators and Team Spirit have eyes on over towards this. Both squads firmly in the circle, I would say.
Na'Vi back with their appropriate logo.
Yeah, you saw nothing, guys.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. They are playing out on this south edge. And I feel like Na'Vi have actually had a couple of decent games today. And I say it like that because it's a little bit too little too late for them. Not too sure what Console was looking for there, but he spots a player, gets that point. Make sure that that goes under the belt for Na'Vi. And they're looking plumper and plumper as the day goes on.
A lot of teams now think about where they want to go next. Onyx Ravens picks up their compound where they were able to find a very good win before in. So fortunate they're able to grab this. And it's still in the circle as well. So there's chance for even more placement points, or at least some limbs that they're able to pick up as teams get themselves placed inside the circle. Lumberyard being a conversation in this circle is a bit difficult for squads. You know, that hilltop that sits on the western side, teams are going to have to rotate around it or push into it. Potentially run into the sight lines of RCB. It's a difficult one, John.
That high ground position that RCB claimed earlier, vital for them now. Brute Force, Milky Way. Virtus Pro on the southeast side as they try and leave from the Mill to Power area. Brute Force trying to drag them back down towards those cliff faces, like an angry mermaid. Virtus Pro, they have taken the knock, but they haven't fully given themselves up to the sea just yet.
No. Would be unwise. Footballist, KAOS. I think they've done a fairly decent job to get themselves situated towards that top side of the bottom part of the leaderboards. I keep saying that. It's because I'm so focused on those teams. Attempting to make it in. DA finding a good shot over towards Tixie. Might just be able to get into some cover there. And does able to do it.
As we take that focus towards the bottom of the tables, Twisted Minds started the day on 102. They were only 8 points behind the bubble. And they've already got 6 points in the 7th as well with that elimination. This might be the match they put themselves over the top of Heroic. If they get 2 more points, they'll be free and clear. 1 more, they'll be on a tiebreaker.
Right now, they're not in a bad compound either.
Very solid.
Yeah, it genuinely a very, very solid compound in terms of having this game to themselves. Even just getting a couple of placement points. Moneymaker's finally out as one of their players gets taken down. That's all the way on that southwest side. And Team Spirit look to rotate up towards that northern edge.
I question who's going to be able to go for this assault onto the RCB position. Right now, Footballers KAOS and Team Spirit sort of holding each other at arm's length, and DA being an anchor that's dragging Footballers KAOS behind them. Gladiators rolling on in and maybe dealing with that backstop, but becoming it themselves. Or hang on a minute, maybe they're going to get handled in the meantime. There's sprays going both which ways, and it's getting lit up as the Gladiators careen into DA and get torn apart on the northern edge. Their hopes for a retaliatory comeback dashed as DA take them down on the northern flank. establishing this smoke line. Nico on a sliver of HP and 3 teammates to get back up.
Goodness me, DA. What a fight from them. I think Gladiators didn't really even know what hit them. Spirit here, looking down over towards RCB. Lost a member already.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
I mean,
rolled up on him.
You see that happen, you think there's going to be a lot of knocks. They're going to be rezzing in that smoke. We just drive through it, and he goes for more. Rookie now being spun out, though, needs to be careful. Storm has that off angle. They send one in a second time and force them to peek around the smoke. A really classy play from Footballers KAOS. I absolutely love that. They roll down, they put 2 points on the board, and they're moving themselves further and further out of arm's reach from the Onyx Ravens.
3D Max also out now. One elimination. Looks like their chase up towards that top side of the lobby is no longer looking as sweet anymore. RCB finding Nomi and flushing him out. Pops them down just to 2 players on Team Spirit. Not an easy place to be in with 2 players here. Twisted Minds, Falcons, Brute Force, all fairly pleased with their position in the lobby. Getting down here nice and early always tends to work out.
Brute Force have managed to navigate from the eastern side into a pretty decent position as well in the dip that sits across the road from the Falcons compound. I think it's under threat from Onyx Ravens, though. Neos is a really important backstop to their position, sitting out east on the compounds, just over to the shacks, really, over towards Mill to Power. As Team Spirit lose another to RCB. This early rotation has paid off really, really well for RCB. Effect trying to get out from under their thumb, but straight in towards FLUX. Na'Vi are right there as well. I don't think he's going to last too much longer, and Team Spirit would be lucky to make it into the top 10 here.
Yeah, very, very lucky to get into the top 10 off the back of this one. They're sort of only safe from FLUX, maybe taking shots back up towards RCB, but as soon as RCB takes down Na'Vi, I imagine it's going to be curtains for them. Nade does go back up that way. Will pop, but just not enough. Silas goes down, though.
Ooh, nasty shot. Pop it up the top for 6. Dodges the fire as well. Needs to lay down more smoke. Give his teammates cover. Nade over the top. That's Effect. Coming on in. Could have got the knock onto 6 there. It was dangerous. Puncher steps out, but gets immediately knocked as well. The Reses need to come through on the back line, but no, he's stepping up. 3 players now for RCB, and 2 of them are low. Loxy gets the heal. In he goes with the vehicle, and the monster truck to follow it up, and they crunch him underneath the monster tires there. Unleashing the beast on top of Na'Vi. That is going to be one hell of a way to go down. And Effect still alive. It's keeping on going for Team Spirit.
I sort of thought he was going to try and, in quotation marks, third party that fight. But it ended a little bit too quickly for him to have too much of an impact. NIGMA Galaxy were able to find 1 knock over towards the guys on Twisted Minds. Now looking for some more of these famous nades through the window, but RCB on a bit of a tear here.
The circle shifts up north, and both of these 2 teams are going to have to leave. RCB as well, going to have to evacuate the area. I'm looking at Onyx Ravens and thinking, do they crash onto that dip from Brute Force? And can Neos have that off-angle impact to secure that dip that sits in the junction of the roads? That's what's keeping them safe right now. As soon as people are in nade range, if you're on the other side of that road, can be pretty easy just to launch those nades in. Virtus Pro trying to sweep out Neos, but he's good to hold for 1. Unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough to find the off angle, and now Onyx Ravens might be able to mount up, but they've taken some casualties on the northern side. Brute Force as well. They've taken knocks back in response. You can see that dip now that Brute Force are holding. Virtus Pro have their vulnerable angle, but the smokes have bloomed and the blue zone pushes them out. Virtus Pro can't hold here. They're going to have to move.
It's no longer an ideal position. FLUX will find the final player from Team Spirit, drop them out in 10th place, 2 eliminations. Jafar also finding Lord as he attempts to get some cover from RCB's angles. Falcon now have a strong game, but doesn't really matter for them. Far down towards the bottom of the lobby here.
Ooh. Footballers Chaos finding Onyx Ravens on the spray down. It was a difficult rotate that the Onyx Ravens had to try and make. I think they've got across with just one, maybe? No, they've got 2 players up and active. Okay, so they're still in with a shout, but unfortunately the points went over to Footballers Chaos. And Twisted Minds, they're still leveraging their position. They're up to 4 eliminations, and they have beaten the benchmark now for Heroic's position, which means that Heroic are confirmed out in the bottom 4. They cannot make it.
Yeah, this now, to be honest with this game, Twisted Minds getting so far into it, Footballers Chaos also getting so far into it. The hope for the Onyx Ravens dwindles further and further away.
Ooh.
The most chilled out roll-up I have seen in some time. They essentially just got caught underneath the tires. Virtus Pro didn't even mean to eliminate them.
Looking like Baby Driver. Slick as anything. Just wheeling on up. Nonchalant-like. RCB just went down to FLUX on that western side, by the way. They couldn't push further down. Footballers Chaos couldn't get past them either. And Ketch is on a mad one here. 6 eliminations out on the western side, and FLUX pretty happy for this game. They are very likely, well, almost certainly now, into the finals. So it's good to see Ketch keeping up his record and doing bits here on the final Erangel of League stage.
Yeah, and it makes sense for him to be doing that. He is a really strong player on the squad. Onyx Ravens up into a top 5 finish here. Next circle shortly to come online. Will it force Twisted Minds out from this spot? FLUX currently have a really good side swipe onto him. If that's the case, that's exactly what happens.
Falcons have had this compound for a while now. They're still 2-2 split, which means that the northern side could potentially go down to just this 2-player push from Onyx Ravens. Ketch blocking off his own sightlines for this, perhaps unwittingly giving Onyx Ravens that approach to the Falcons' position, but keeping them safe in the process. Virtus Pro with 4 yet to cross the road. They took the dip. It looked easy, but this next move, anything but.
Ketch dropping smokes. Quick replay of this one. Just a great spray coming through from Ketch. Hardly taking any damage as well. This Ketch taking some good shots over towards Furia. Just needs to land one more, but cannot do it.
Looked like at least one of those should have tapped on, but not quite. Able to get that angle. Virtus Pro stay alive for the time being. They're going to have to get across this road, though. And without an opening knock,
a silencer.
That is, yeah, it's pretty powerful stuff there coming on through. But it looks like first knock does go the way of Falcons. Onyx Ravens still creeping up the roadside. But with Twisted Minds still in this match, it might all be for naught. Even if the Onyx Ravens can get deep into this one, even with a second place potentially, it just might not get all the way. Might not go the distance. Up they go. They spotted the FLUX team. They don't want to go into the compound. They want the challenge up here. I think it might be the wise decision. The smoke's already there. It covers off a lot of the sightlines to hold. Virtus Pro used that as a go signal to try and get across the road, but they've already lost one. FLUX nades downhill over towards Jafar as well. Just about to dodge it in response. Nades still being cooked, but Jafar has one. Plants it uphill. But the nade over to Dammy finds the knock, gets the flush.
Yeah, the nades coming through from FLUX are just so much more successful here. That should take down Jafar. Nope. Does not send another one in. There's one over the top. Furia eliminates himself. Not willing to give any more points to anyone else in this lobby, it seems.
Jafar still
understandable. Have a nice day.
Cooking these nades. First Pro, they're done and dusted with this one. They can wash their hands of it. And the Onyx Ravens are still here with the 2 eliminations they got early on against 3D Max. But Twisted Minds just keep chugging through. 3 players alive. 5 eliminations. Never alone. Close now to Soulcake. Ketch, looking for that reload. The cook is there. It's right underneath his feet. And he goes skywards. Jafar very low as well. He's calling back to his teammate, completely spotted though, and it's a broadside. Jafar gets the heal off, repositions around the side of the rock, and he's low again with his back to the car. Has some cover, but in goes the Molotov to stop him getting close yet again. Onyx Ravens, they're making their move in the meantime, but it's already figures down. Saleh tries to find Damar, but it's not going to happen. They are cut out of the mix, and Twisted Minds outlast them here.
Still, they get some points, but it's just not a lot here on the game as they go down in the blink of an eye. 4th place doesn't give you a huge amount of points. I am kind of surprised with the amount of nades that the boys on FLUX have managed to hoard over towards this top side.
Well, they had all of RCB land on them, and then I think they had another. I think they had Foot Chaos as well. Yusuf for Twisted Minds. Falcons on 4. Might be the last to stand in their way. He's still going around the corner, but Yusuf finally falls, and Twisted Minds out in 3rd. FLUX got massive amounts of resupply from 2 teams pushing onto their western position on the hill, but now the Falcons have 4 players. They've got 8 eliminations. FLUX have 10, and we have seen 2 V4s today. Maybe not now.
Ragnar instantly spots onto Solkay. And now just catch 1v4 versus the Falcons. I don't think it's possible.
I mean, they are going for it, but he's not going to make a dent in the Falcons roster. 10 eliminations on the cards for Falcons. FLUX up into 2nd place. Twisted Minds in 3rd. Onyx Ravens in 4th. Is this the same tournament that we've been looking at over the last few weeks? The bottom of the tables have this mad resurgence here, and it is potentially that familiarity with this location, right? We've seen, I think now, about 5 circles ending up over here, and that is mad. Ketch absolutely ripping shreds out of the lobby. Anybody who moved towards him, 1,800 damage. Wow.
Yeah, that's a result right there. Yeah, I think it's definitely born from pressure, though, right? You know, you want to get in towards a final, so you give it your all on that last day. And it really does show teams that are scared of the lobby. I think this happens frequently as well. It does show teams that are scared of the lobby. When you get to this final day and they're like, crap, we have to do something now. So let's just stop being so hesitant, so timid, and just take some of these plays that we keep saying, no, we can't do that. Which is why you see Footballers Chaos get towards the end games, why you see Twisted Minds get here. Onyx Ravens, you mentioned it earlier, John. They might have actually camped over towards 3D Max, but they realized that it's just not worth it for an extra 2 eliminations over the fact that they could get 4 placement points in this match, which they do. Again, this now feels like, for the Onyx Ravens, they just cannot keep up anymore. They had a couple of chances given to them with Twisted Minds and Footballers Chaos going out early, but with only 2 more matches to go, it would have to be gargantuan games from Onyx Ravens, and we just have not seen that from them so far. You saw Falcons not looking best pleased with that victory either, and I'll tell you why, is because I don't think, and I think they know this as well, that no matter what they do right now on the tables, it's not going to change their fate on the overall rankings.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. They were behind the Onyx Ravens to start with, and even if they put these magic games on the cards, it's too little, too late, because that barrier has already been set, and Twisted Minds and Footballers Chaos are moving it away from them as time goes on, and they just aren't stopping. I mean, we saw both of those teams in very late on that match. Obviously, only 6 points, I believe, came through for Footballers Chaos, but they still managed to put some points up. As we take a look at our tables, it looks like hope is dwindling for our teams chasing that 200-point barrier as well. 3D Max, Team Spirit, Moneymakers, all of them not quite able to follow through on their earlier promises of power in the day. Team Spirit, they started off strong with 2 matches to put themselves back in contention, but they have fallen back off just a little bit. The question, of course, is how many bonus points can you get on the cards now for those teams towards the top, because that is going to matter quite a lot in those shorter form situations. Onyx Ravens not even able to get out of the bottom 4 of this week.
Unfortunate. And I mean, for Team Spirit, though, they're in 3rd place, right? So they've lathered up over Moneymakers. I mean, despite it being technically a tie up there with the chicken dinners they're able to get. But more bonus points for Team Spirit. I think that's the important thing. At the end of the day, they'd love to have a 2nd place, and 3D Max do not want to let go of that right now.
Absolutely not. and 3D Max in general need more bonus points than Team Spirit do. They're on 19, Team Spirit on 39, but Team Spirit don't want to give anyone an inch because they know they'll take a mile. But we have not got even that long left on our show today. We've got 2 matches more for you. It's both on Miramar. We're coming right at you with them after the break.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We're done with Erangel for the league stage. We're going over to Miramar now. It is going to be a double dose of the desert as we head on over to the Dusty Dunes for the last time of league stage as well. Teams have been competing for their chance to make it along the road to the Esports World Cup. They have to get to the finals first, and the top 16 teams will be able to do so. And in those finals, well, there are 5 spots to take you to Riyadh and the Esports World Cup on the 19th to the 28th of July of 2004. 2004? It's not that long ago. 2024. They are going to be heading over there if they can get into the top 5 spots, the top 4 of which will be going to the group stages, and that 5th extra team will be able to make it to those survival stages to try and battle it out for the last chance to make it to those finals.
Narvalo on the screen right now discussing strategy, it seems. I mean, I think that they'd like to bag themselves a second place spot this tournament, or this week, sorry. They have done phenomenally well, all things considered. And I think it would be a shame for them to lose that spot to Team Spirit, who would be remiss to be out in 3rd place. Though, you know, it would sit right with me, you know, 1st place, 2nd place, and a 3rd place for Team Spirit. You know, just hopping all over the podium.
That's true. Yeah, you have every color of medal, right? Then you've got gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
I
would
cool.
enjoy having gold, silver, silver.
Yeah, that is less fun.
The set.
You're right. That is actually less fun. That's definitely going to be something they're thinking about. So we'll keep an eye out. I think that's going to be very important for them. 3D Max want to stop them getting the set as well by getting 2nd place if they can. Because on the overalls right now, 3D Max, well, at the start of the day, 3D Max were in 5th place. I think just a little bit ahead of Virtus Pro. So still quite a lot of competition for them. Ralph, what are you getting up to there? You cheeky lad. What's going on?
He's ready to play.
He's saying something to Coops. You saw Coops there. He was like, "What you is that's the look of someone whose dad is embarrassing them," and I feel like that's exactly what was happening there.
Yeah, I mean, Ralph was doing his classic, classic maneuver of mobile gaming. You know, elbows inside his stomach.
Yeah.
Phone right up against the face.
Yeah.
He's got the boomer playstyle.
They call They call it the chicken wing tuck when you get those elbows nice and tight in.
I don't think they do.
They definitely do. I checked.
Who said that?
Oh, so many people.
Okay.
Everybody's saying it.
Okay. Well, I'd have to not say it then.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I'm contractually obligated to my own personality to be different.
You signed it with yourself. Your right hand shook your left, and you committed to that bargain. Yeah. That's fair enough.
Thank you. And I always keep a promise to myself.
I think that's a good way to live your
life.
life.
Especially about waking up at 8 a.m.
Yeah?
And not snoozing the phone about 18 times.
Why do I get the sense that you're telling the absolute truth there? I believe you 100%.
Yeah, we're just waiting to get into Miramar now. Should be along pretty soon. Last 2 Miramars of the day, man. It's been a long tournament, but it has been enjoyable to watch all the way. It's been a crazy good tournament in terms of just skill, firepower, new faces, new players, new domination from certain squads. Even just like mixing some of the squads up as well, John. Because I mean, Team Spirit, that's a cool one. Gladiators is nice. Power, rejuvenated roster with Al Haji leading the charge. It's awesome. It's really, really awesome.
Absolutely. And you mentioned new faces. I mean, we had, when you mentioned it on the camera, were probably quite prudently, were Brute Force, right? With Freezer in the mix, are front running. And I think it's probably safe to say most likely candidate for the accolade of Rising Star in this tournament for the most eliminations among PMSL or PMPL first-time players. It seems like he is head and shoulders above the rest of the field right now, and Brute Force are happy to have Freezer on side. He has helped them get up into the top 5 positions on these overall standings. And Brute Force, we've called them the Comeback Kings before. We've seen a lot of power from them. This week they're in 8th place, but I don't think that's representative of their overall possible potential into these finals. So definitely going to be keeping an eye out for Freezer and the rest of Brute Force as time goes on.
Exactly right, John. As you head over towards Miramar Eastern Plain Path. Had this one happen quite a few times, actually. It's a bit uncomfortable, especially if you're a Western playing team. Onyx Ravens have to give up their usual drop spot over towards Ruins and Trailer Park. Head up towards Triera Bronco. We've seen them do this before, though, so it's not outside the realms of possibility. To be honest with you, Footballers KAOS could drop towards them and try and take them down, right? You risk giving them a good start to the game, but if you're able to hot drop and take them out early, I mean, even if Twisted... Twisted Minds and Footballers KAOS. Collusion, question mark?
Well, I mean, potentially just parallel thinking,
idea.
right?
Yeah, the same idea. I mean, if you do take them out, then I think it becomes almost impossible on that final game to do anything. Even if you just take down one of their players and they get a couple of elims onto you, on a map like Miramar, you would just stymie their point scoring potential.
Yeah, I think that you realistically are looking at definitely thinking about doing that. With also the added potential of maybe jumping up over Footballers KAOS if you're Twisted Minds and vice versa on those overalls. Maybe trying to add a couple of bonus points as well. For Twisted Minds, they're in 11th this week. Footballers KAOS in 10th. They are pretty neck and neck for teams fighting for those bottom spots. Circle very central here. Slap bang on top of Picardo for the Falcons and for FLUX as well, who are still in the air with Ketch, it seems. I'm sure they'll make landfall pretty soon. The plane path was out on that east side, so a little bit difficult to get to, and I don't think anyone's actually going to push out that far unless we get a hard northwest shift.
Yeah, I think most teams pretty pleased to stay in their current positions, loot up where they are, and then play the game off the back of that. Yeah, still quite a while until the first shift does occur. Bit of a longer day today just because of some of our... It was a bit of a late start for us. Again, it was sort of unfortunate for the players, all raring and ready to go. Some of those nerves. Maybe you've got getting to them just a little bit. Always the waiting game is always the worst, John, in my opinion.
That is true. And I mean, at the start of today, that was probably weighing pretty heavily, right, on teams like... okay, Naomi's fine. Don't worry about it. You saw nothing. For teams like IWNRX, right, who are looking to try and defend that top spot, which is not fully secure yet, it has to be said. I mean, 3D Max are 28 points behind. With 2 good games, that's doable. Same for 3rd, 4th, 5th place. Then it starts to get very, very unlikely. And for all of these teams, it does require 2 very strong games. But Miramar, I feel like, is kind of the place to do that for these top teams. So I'll have to wait and see if they're able to make that march. But for IWNRX, at this point, they're starting to breathe a little bit easier. They've added the nose to the ventilation system as well as the mouth, so they're starting to feel a little bit more oxygenated. And obviously for Heroic at this point, they don't have to do anything. They are already, unfortunately, just out of this tournament, which is a shame. We've seen a couple of times where Heroic have shown us something, but it's never been enough. And it's a similar story for teams like Na'Vi. Although today, I mean, to be fair, these guys have been doing pretty well. Like, I've liked some of their positions. They've been able to sweep quite powerfully today's games, and maybe that's when you add in a lot of these teams who are maybe a little bit more nervous and therefore more reserved in their positioning, in their play style, coming on through. But in general, I think that we are going to be selecting the correct top 16 teams to be moving forwards to these finals.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that our top 16 that we're going to be running with, it is the right top 16. And I think that's been made very clear. Unfortunately, and it is weird because throughout 1st to 16th place over on those overalls, it feels very clear that there is a big old drop-off from 16th down to 17th in terms of skill. But upwards from 16th place to 1st place, it really doesn't. You don't really start to see that big step up in performance until 2nd and 1st place, right?
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing for me, which does make this all the more difficult because you can't dominate over in those finals. As everyone might cause a problem. Looks to finish off Gafe here, but Gafe is not one to be easily manhandled.
No, unfortunately.
Found out in the past.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Falcons, as I said before, another one of those teams that just hasn't quite stepped up to the plate in the way that was necessary. Not at the moment. And with their 19th place on the tables right now, they were dead last behind Na'Vi. And I think today is just solidifying that with Na'Vi getting a couple more points on board than they have on today's matches. Although, you know, we did see that chicken dinner come through from them. It's kind of an odd one. It is just too late for these teams, and they're finally showing us something. If only they could have done this a week ago, even. It would have been enough time.
It's just taking a bit too long. Bit too long. But I am glad to say that PMSL EMEA has been a real nice hot pot of an adventure for a lot of these squads. Because we have seen big improvements from those teams down towards the bottom side of the lobby. So, I mean, if it's a case of, you know, making it into PMSL just to improve, that is certainly the option here. Because I think anyone that gets into... Nice shunt there on the car. Anyone that gets into PMSL EMEA is more than likely a good team, right? More than likely a good team. So I think that that learning experience is a really valuable thing here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see pretty much the same faces coming through into PMSL Fall later this year, coming to a mobile phone or any streaming device near you.
Watch it at your leisure. Which sounds more like a threat than a promise of good content, but there it is.
I'm threatening you with good content.
Oh yeah? You want to enjoy yourself? I'll show you enjoyment.
I was like, oh, that's a really cool line. I'm going to threaten you with a good time. And I was like, wait a minute. It's Panic at the Disco.
Oh. Dear me. Oh well. Let's rein in the panic a little bit and take a look at what has unfolded so far. FLUX and BEŞİKTAŞ both losing a player. Falcons have been able to grab a point, so have Brute Force, and now another team has lost one. That is Virtus Pro.
Ouch!
On that northwestern side. That is a hard shift down towards Chimacera. My goodness me. That's really brutal.
TV Spirit, both thumbs up. Very nice. This is a great success for us on this south side.
Yes.
Let's see what we can do with that.
All according to our plan, says Team Spirit, as they get the hardest shift that's ever been seen.
I said that they've been gambling a little bit more today, but I don't even think they entered the casino with this one. It was just a win from the get-go.
They just found a lotto ticket on the pavement.
Yeah, and they're like, "Well, this is good."
Wait, this is for $55,000. That's pretty good.
So yeah, they'll take that. But already a lot of teams crunching in from that north side. I think that's the difficulty with that position that Team Spirit is in. They are sort of squashed, let's say, over towards that south edge of Chumacera, because so many teams will be flowing in from the north side, so they couldn't move too much further to the north. It's BEŞİKTAŞ and DA. DA suffering quite badly here with Yekta on that top side.
Team Spirit have managed to get this really strong high ground position, but Toshpik wants to try and plink away at them with the mid 14, but his off angle spotted and pushed off out of the window. What's the opposite of defenestrated when you get pushed into a window? Refenestrated.
Yeah. I mean, that one's not part of my vocabulary. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, well. There you go.
I don't often find myself needing to tell people how I push someone into a window. In the correct manner as well.
Oh, well, what you're missing out, let me tell you. It's a great pastime of mine.
Oh, amazing.
Mm.
Hope you keep those hands nice and safe.
Yeah, no, I wear chainmail gloves. Makes it much easier.
Just in my head, an odd sight.
Just chainmail gloves. Yeah.
No, on you, pushing someone through a window.
Do you think?
What, are you like the
think-
chainmail bandit?
That's right. They're like, what are these weird fingerprints? And it's like,
Careful if you're on that 3rd floor. Chainmail bandits about.
chainmail window pusher. Oh dear. This is a terrible alter ego to have. Can I re-roll?
No, you can't.
Oh, please.
You've done this.
This is rubbish.
Yeah.
I don't like this at all.
-2 to your charisma as well.
Yeah, it's really awful.
And that
Stealth isn't
chainmail
great, to
everywhere.
be fair, with chainmail.
Yeah, because you're jingling around.
I'm jingling up to people.
I don't even know how you're creeping up on people, honestly. Sounds
No,
impossible.
it's all mutually consensual. Don't worry.
All right, okay. I don't believe you, like, but what I will believe is that the circle's going to head further down towards that southwest side. Brute Force finding AZ from Gladiators. He wish he was wearing chainmail.
Hmm?
A lot of shots coming through onto him. Might have survived it.
I don't think chainmail would do too well against
It'd do something.
high velocity ammunition. I'm not sure. That's an interesting question.
I've seen plate armor stop a bullet,
Yeah, okay. Plate armor, sure.
but it gets so dented.
Yeah.
It would probably be very painful.
I'm wondering if anyone's shot chainmail before, and I feel like someone's done it.
Oh, they have. There's loads of YouTube videos.
Okay, I'll have to go.
I
And,
found myself in that
Oh,
deep
yeah?
mine in the
Okay.
YouTubes.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm happy with that.
Not what you were searching for, but it interested me.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Team Spirit, goodness me.
Oh dear.
They're deep in the fight with Na'Vi at the moment, and Na'Vi seem to be giving them what for at the moment.
Certainly do. And there's a flush onto Naomi. Effect down as well. Onyx Ravens against Footballers Chaos. They started out on the northeast side of Footballers Chaos,
it's a GG.
winning out the fight. Lath going very low on the open side of the warehouse. A player right next door to him. And Storm wants to shut them out completely. The nade is there. The UMP around the side to be the final nail in the coffin for the Onyx Ravens. Our favorite underdog team. And they fall short. With only one match to play, they get one elim. And it is just too tall of an order. They are behind by enough of a margin to make this next match impossible for them to reach that target.
Yep, that is GG now. For the Onyx Ravens. Big old clap on the back for them. And I'm not wearing the chainmail gloves. Being nice about it because they were seriously a fun team to watch. And I think they've got a lot more potential in them. So if they're listening to this, they hear this, I hope that they continue to play together. I think they're a good team. I think they've got good synergy. They just need to work on, as I always say, some of the fundamentals.
It's always what it comes back to. It's an interesting dynamic that you have in a game like PUBG Mobile. Because so much of it relies on those very fundamentals, even at the top level. And like you've been pointing out, these teams sometimes misstepping around those angles. But that's not to say that they're not playing well. I think that in general,
Yeah.
it is so obvious, or made so obvious, when these fundamentals are even minusculely misplayed, because everybody else in the lobby is keeping it so consistently high quality, and they will exploit any weakness that you present to them. It's
Yeah,
really
'cause
really tricky.
It's definitely minor mistakes that are costing teams, which I imagine in the past just wasn't the case, right? Even that play from Team Spirit, I thought that was a bad one. That was a bad play right there from them. I can understand why they did it, because they went for a 2-2 split, But I think in that situation, you have to come back to the rescue squad. As football is KAOS going out, but 4 eliminations should see them fine. As we just stated, I think we have now located our top 16 going through to the finals. But yeah, for Team Spirit, I don't think they should have taken that split. Because they have a strong spot in the circle right now. Tixie falls. Help him.
Try, please. Gladiators out on the western side, near Chumasura still. Up on some of the high ground of that area, but going to have to try and push a little bit across the road and a downhill descent ahead of them. Very likely. They can play out on that ridge line for a little bit longer, but they're right on the edge now. Team Spirit's compound is the best spot in the circle. But you're right, as playing as 2, that risk really, really coming back to bite them now. However, who can push up to this? Because the teams on the north, not too certain to be going for it, and the teams on the south being guarded out because Gladiators are still on this high ground, because Virtus.pro hold the compound out to the west.
Damn, this is a really decent looking shot as well. Ragnar taken out by brute force. Genuinely, you know, Team Spirit's compound could be taken quite easily by another team, but I imagine most teams assume that this is filled with a strong team, and not just the 2 remaining players there from Team Spirit. Though a lot of teams, with the way this circle is panned out around a lot of area that can be valuable, depending on the circle, they're likely going to be sitting still until this next shift comes through onto stage 5.
Flick. With the backup from the high ground, RCB push him off the ridgeline. I think there's third-party shots coming on in as well. Gladiators taking shots. This is Twisted Minds. They've been lying in wait on that south side for a while now, and the Gladiators, upon their descent, meet with them. Potentially their maker as well. Wild pushing up over the top. RCB. I mean, they're showing signs of life. It's very interesting that a lot of teams are allowed to show these signs of life now. And remembering that they can play the game after what has seemed like such an interesting break from it. Moneymakers putting Ordnance up over the ridgeline. And immediately, as soon as they try and push in, excellent nade capitalization from the Moneymakers. Wild wants to hold the line. Icy up the top. And that's a sideswipe. Excellent play for Moneymakers on the ridge. But now, NIGMA Galaxy can start to stretch out south.
Yeah, honestly, I will say that RCB suffers on crashes. I feel like they stop just short, John, rather than going all the way. Nades, though, coming through from NIGMA Galaxy might put this engagement to bed. Koa bleeds out. Bishke attempting to extract his final teammate, but it's not looking likely here. Circle centers up on Team Spirit's compound. Now, you got to be frustrated with yourself for that one. Could have had such a strong position in the lobby.
NIGMA Galaxy still with their compound on the south side. Moneymakers unlikely to be able to push in, but they've got that valley in front of them that they might try and use for something. It's going to be tricky. The road always treacherous on Miramar. A crash comes in. Damar wants to hold off brute force. The nade through the door frame gives his position away, and he hops out at just about the right time there to fade the damage. A peek around the edge. There's off angles coming in as well. Prepod hops in, hops out, can't quite decide, and finally turns the corner to spot Damar. And Falcons lose 1. Brute force successful on the entry, but they've left their backstop down. Neos is knocked. Chudo wanting to get him back up, and then they can move in to back up both Freezer and Prepod on the front.
Nade's coming out now. Prepod gets around the backside, but Neos on the edge is getting battered and bruised. Chudo wanting to help him, but 3D Max gets some good shots from the side, and they're on 4 players right now. There's only one other team in the lobby that were 4, and that is NIGMA Galaxy. Freezer holding off versus Falcons. Good shot around the side from Gaith. This guy, honestly, very good for the game here.
Sits down the young blood from Brute Force. And Freezer Now with Preport at his side, taking a lot of damage from 3D Max, and this is the team that's been operating on their backline as well. Chudo finally flushed. 3D Max starting to pick up some points here now. They're starting to gain momentum from this north side. Like you said, one of the few teams on 4. And they'll take what they can get here. FLUX and Twisted Minds. Looks like FLUX are winning out that fight. 3D Max haven't pushed in all the way to this fight, but they are now starting to step up in. Now Valo already cooking, launching nades long, suppressing the door, stopping anyone from pushing out and sideswiping them on the angle. Now Valo on the inside as well. They haven't quite spotted brute force around the corner though. That's on the inside there. And they'll have the windows to deal with. The control room, sprayed down for one, nade in, and freezes dispatch. Now Falcons, the new focus for 3D Max. As the spray, trying to line it up with Gaith. They're playing in the other building. 3D Max have to transition.
Yeah, 3D Max need to get through now. At least remove these 2 players left remaining for the Falcons. Will not find anything on that side just yet. There's not too many angles on the edge here to take them down. I mean, FLUX might be a problem in the future. Circle shift central. Team Spirit sort of blessing themselves here. They're able to get all the way to this point in the game. And they're gifted a loot crate as well for the troubles.
Goodness me. Imagine
somewhat unfair.
Imagine if they were 4 in this scenario as well. That would be kind of crazy. Novalo, that's good. Over onto Satan. And now just 1 Falcon remains. Looking to add 6 points on the tally. Gaith lines them up, goes for some sprays, but Robs with a shotgun. What are you going to do? You're in a tight space with him. It's going to be painful. And Robs adding to his tally. 4 players alive still for 3D Max. And they continue to put pressure on. They've got FLUX next up. Pretty wild. Pretty good stuff. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to move in on a crossfire from DA. Coldex just tears them apart. Okay. Yekta, does he have a savior in this scenario? The buggy mounted up. I don't think 3D Max want to allow this one to happen. If they can pull the point back into control as well, that'd be even better. But 3D Max, yep, they don't have sightlines, which means that Coldex can pull his teammate back up now.
I mean, if you're 3D Max, you're considering the rollout for it. You can clear a team out on that northeast side. It just quenches a lot of your worries that you might have about that position. Instead, they're going to keep a keen eye over towards FLUX here.
Coldex getting stimmed up before moving south. They don't have to move immediately, but it's fairly soon. 3D Max. Really paying attention to this team now. They're in second place with 6 elims on the cards and 4 players alive. They are 28 points behind IWNRX in this week's standings. And their chances for 20 bonus points are pretty slim. They would need another game after this one, if it goes well here, to be able to jump that gap. 2 Miramars on the trot. We've seen it before.
There's potential. There's 100% potential there. 3D Max needs to get past this awkward part of the game where there's still 6 teams up. You know, only 6 eliminations. They went down now, then it would have been all for naught.
Biding their time. Malloy forwards for Virtus Pro. A Lone Ranger, though. And playing that Western Point almost scout for Team Spirit, who just sit in their high ground, sit in their castle. See who wants to try and step up and take the fight. Only two players,
Dukes. The two Dukes. It seems mad to me. They can just chill in here this whole game. No problems at all.
NIGMA Galaxy, they're mounting up on this south side. This is a big third-party situation. As soon as NIGMA Galaxy cross the ridge, FLUX have lines on them. As soon as FLUX move forward, 3D Max have lines on them. Same story, vice versa. And I think all across it as well. The first team to move up to this position, the Team Spirit hold, goes down first.
There's going to be so many third parties on it. Everyone wants that. So Team Spirit might just be able to send nades outside and hold them at bay until another team comes in. They're White Knight, the two Dukes.
Yeah. And Malloy as well. This deathly presence as well on this western side could potentially be very, very impactful. If he finds a player from 3D Max, for instance, that could be absolutely brutal for them. At an inopportune time, if one of them goes down when they're in their fight with FLUX, could be pretty nasty. Yekta wants to find a knock over towards 3D Max, but they're in the smoke. They've got cover. They know where these two players are, and they know they need to dispatch them first. They can't allow DA to backstab them on the position. And DA know that they need to move out as well. FLUX yet to move in. NIGMA Galaxy moving in first. This is the first time we've seen a team actually push into this position now. And Nomi has a nade. Cooking it, thinks the weapon is better, turns the corner and immediately takes him down, goes for the flush, picks up the point and capitalizes. But Kitsune is down. He has been knocked, crawling back up onto the tower. And there's no Rapunzel to let down her hair on this one. Nomi looking pretty fresh with their hairstyles though, and he clips Ralph as well.
Not doing badly. Last player alive for them now. Worried slightly. Oh, he's so cheeky, this guy.
Oh, he wants more.
Putting in bullets. On the corner, switches back. This is so rude. Oh, my days.
3D
it
Max.
looked bad.
3D Max are moving in. FLUX also have made their way up to these buildings. Virtus.pro still have Malloy there. Now Valo down and flushed. Another knock over towards 3D Max leaves them on 2, 6 eliminations still. DA have just been keeping out the way, but they're going to have to push in as well. 3D Max cannot crest the ridgeline until they're gone. It is such a difficult spot for 3D Max. It's really unfortunate. And now Snowix goes down to Yekta. DA just continually harassing these sidelines for 3D Max. They can't get this res, but they're trapped behind the ridge.
Doesn't make any sense. Again, 3D Max just name a better combination between 3D Max and dropping the ball, man. Very problematic. The butterfingers they have on chicken dinners is sort of incredible. How is this going on? From the boys coming through from DA, they are handling lots of teams here, all on huge forces. They are low now. The nades start to pour in. Yekta could still pop up, but 3D Max go down in a position they would not have liked to have done that. Not even a third place jump. Not even a third place.
They get 10 points on the match blank. That sees them, I believe, 18 points now shy of that 200 mark as we go into our final game, but this one has to be decided first. DA Warriors truly on this northern edge, fighting through it all, under full fire from 3D Max. All 4 of their players had sightlines over to them. They weathered that storm, and now FLUX and NIGMA Galaxy have both crunched on in. With 4 players in this building, Team Spirit win this 9 times out of 10. But it was not to be. They got taken down early, cut in half, and finally DA. The same story for them. As FLUX get that angle and keep ramping up the pressure. Lufa moving in on the off angle, has the nade, looking for both of these points now, but cooks it too long. Won't be able to find the distance.
GX looks down, will be crunched out there. two separate sides of the coin. NIGMA Galaxy and FLUX. Good angle from Coops. I like that he took this one up. Took the gamble on just the two of his teammates. Engaging towards DA so he can maintain this high ground position. Ketch though has the nade. Might look at toss it up towards the top side here.
This is the final circle. It's closing to the middle. Coop's still high ground, high value, but a bit of an easy target here for these nades because Ketch has an arm on him. He's looking to push players back off that tower, and Coops knows that he cannot escape that damage, and there it is. Onto Lufa. Is there a response? Immediately, Ralph hops out, gets the strafe through. Solus goes down. Ralph wants to hop out, but has to fall back off the windowsill. Coops up top, goes for the DBS shot, gets a lot of damage. Can Ketch get a nade in to try and even things up? Trying to burn them out. There's the nade off the back. Finds Lufa. No, not quite. It's not going to be able to thread through the door. Solke gets the heal, and Ketch wants to lead the charge. Coops again up on his high ground perch. But they have to leave, and they go out together. Ralph and Coops with Lupa at their back as well. Ketch is first up on the menu, and two players from NIGMA Galaxy turn the corner, but it's not going to be enough to handle Solke. FLUX take down NIGMA Galaxy. They try and leave from their sanctuary on the inside, but it was not safe to step, and FLUX take them down.
Solke comes out burning away, weapon chattering like a minigun. Will take down everyone from NIGMA Galaxy in the final moment. The true epitome of spray and pray. And their prayers were answered there in the form of a chicken dinner. Good game from FLUX, honestly. A good game indeed. 3D Max. They let things slip again, man. And this seems to be a reoccurring problem, and it's something that I hope they can fix it before they go towards the finals.
I do too, as well. Because it is far too often they have these launching pads, but they just malfunction at some crucial juncture. Some sprocket out of place, and the machine grinds to a little bit of a halt there. Team Spirit with two players. I mean, they took a player out from NIGMA Galaxy, and that did change the tides in the final moments. Obviously, with the numbers, the extra player, they might have been able to do it. But actually, FLUX still had a player in the back pocket to try and go for a trade on that one. The highest damage was 303. You're kidding. There's no way. What? It can't be. With 5 eliminations from Solke, and the highest damage is 33.
Yeah, I don't think... That don't look right to me.
That really doesn't look right.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be. That would be the lowest, highest damage, I think, I've ever seen.
Yeah, on the 333. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. We'll ignore that for now. But yeah, taking a look at the totals. 5 points to Team Spirit. It could have been a whole bunch more. 3D Max with 10. Not terrible. Not great either. I think that from... I mean, 10 points is good.
Yeah.
Please don't get me wrong at home. It's just, I think if they'd shifted down towards that south side instead of getting into this, I don't know.
The standoff with DA.
Standoff, yeah, between them and DA. I don't think it was worth it. It just wasn't worth their time. They were going to get taken out at some point anyway by some of the other teams. I think they should have better placed themselves in availability for a third party or a crash. They had 4 players. They were I think they were the only team to have 4 players at that stage in the game.
I think it was them, and I think maybe NIGMA Galaxy, but then they lost a player to DA or FLUX in the mix of it all. So yeah, absolutely. A bit of a stall out on the western side for 3D Max, and at a pretty crucial juncture for them, remember, as they are now probably the only team with a chance in this last match to take down the top of the tables and put it into their pocket with those 20 bonus points away from IWNRX. They are 18 points behind now, I believe, from the leaders, so it is still doable for 3D Max. They got 10 points this match. They could have gotten more as well. So is it going to be the case that they have that opportunity again, and is it going to slip away from them?
And they're such an annoying team because they're such a good team, right? Yeah. And it's like they're getting these consistent points back to back, but we know that they could get even more. They could be even more dominant inside this lobby. Yet just some strange plays. It's quite weird because I think that they have probably been one of our most consistent teams this week, barring IWNRX, of course. They have been one of our most consistent teams this week. I mean, Team Spirit had an off day. I don't think 3D Max did. But again, that's the difference between 3D Max and Team Spirit, is that Team Spirit just has these big, chunky games. And 3D Max is just chipping away with the old iron pickaxe at the wall, just accruing points in their minecart. Looking down the table, though, Twisted Minds, football is chaos. It's done. That game was the end for the 4 teams underneath. That would be Na'Vi, Falcons, Heroic, and now Onyx Ravens.
Yeah, with Onyx Ravens not having a performance there, it's just going to be too long in the day, and they just only have 1 game left to do it. But there is still some chance that things could shift towards the top. With 4 chicken dinners, 3D Max would win a tiebreaker, meaning 18 points is all they need, but 1 more match to do it. It's all down to this. We'll see you after the break. we have one more match to play. We're going over to Miramar for the final game here of the league stages of PMSL EMEA. We have been on one hell of a marathon over the last 3 weeks, and it is all down to the finish line here on Miramar, on the desert. Can the top spot be up for contest? 3D Max with a chance, as outside as it is, to try and take this one down. They need 18 points. They win the tiebreaker and take IWNRX off the top spot. Either way, though, they're both into the finals.
That's right. It's the only last thing to play for here. A big old game, but with one of the best smartphones in the industry. It's the INFINIX GT20 Pro, which all the players have certainly stood out here in the league stage for the PMSL EMEA, our official smartphone sponsor.
Everybody looking pretty fresh, looking pretty solid on their tech. It's a brute force. They're locked in, dude. He's pretty cheery. He's not that locked in. DA. Oh, immediately, though. Just snaps back to the phone. Concentration. Obtained. Achieved.
The real head flick going on. Here's Onyx Ravens. Bit of a sad day for them, honestly. Had some good chances today, but it was too little too late.
It was always an outside chance.
Yeah. And I think that they did a good job to even, make it somewhat scary for those teams that were trying to jump up. They had to send both of them to shut them down.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. With the Onyx Ravens, you never know what they're cooking. Could be fish, could be a chicken dinner.
Could be anything. It'll be worried about this team. And I'm sure we'll be excited to see them again in the future.
Ooh.
I hope to see them again in the future.
Look at that. Do you see how close the damage numbers were between Zedwolf and Nomi?
No.
Nomi
That's
is
bottom. 6
damage behind Zedwolf right now.
6?
6. Just the numbers, not like 6,000, not 600, 6.
Okay, so that 333 damage really did a dent.
Yeah. If only it was 339. Ugh.
Would have been a big difference maker. Tied even. Be our final match of the day here at PMSL EMEA for the league stage at least. We got the finals coming up next week. And thank you to every one of you at home, on holiday, wherever you are, at work, watching the show. We really appreciate you joining us. Let's hope for a cracking final match here. My system short-circuited for a second. I apologize.
It's all right. You were just thinking about
Max.
Max.
Having so much fun.
You were just thinking about Max. You were thinking, I'm having lots of fun. Max must be here. I think that's fair.
That's right.
3D Max, not having the most fun right now. They're sweating. They are absolutely drenched head to toe right now because they were rather given an opportunity in that last game to have a bigger impact towards the top of those tables. It's also, mentionably team spirit and moneymakers with like the very, very possible, very, very unlikely but possible scenario that they get 30, 31 points on this match as well with a chicken dinner and things like that to try and take the top spot. But to be fair, with the Southwest Circle, team spirit, if they stay together, don't die, half of them, maybe, but they'd still need to have a massive amount of eliminations. It's more likely that 3D Max can get 8 and that chicken dinner than it is for Team Spirit to get 20 and that chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is the golden rule here. Only one of those teams would be able to do that anyway. One team gets a big 30-point game. It's almost 100% not going to be any other squads that are able to do something similar. Well, this is all locked in now. Na'Vi having some fun with it. Just zooming around. They know that they've not quite done enough.
Yeah, they are unfortunately one of the residents of the bottom 4 of our overall standings across all 3 weeks. And they are just a little bit too far behind now. Today, they've earned only 6 points. And it is not enough. Even with a big 30-point game, they wouldn't be able to make it.
Whee!
Acrobatics from DA, though. A nice display. That
Hey.
Oh! Staff is like, yeah, I got you, Miramar. Oh! Bishke?
Nice. Well done.
Is he gonna...
You did it.
He's waiting. He's waiting. What's he waiting for?
Oh,
Not a
he like
clue.
stands on the road as like bait.
Oh, yeah. I'm AFK, guys. Oh, no. I'm having connection problems, and I have disconnected. You better run me
there's
over.
Nothing
Ooh.
here underneath my feet, guys. You have to trust me. I would never do you wrong.
The old Bishke Gambit.
The old Bishke Gambit. That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Another Western Circle here. Team Spirit. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on,
To be
man.
honest with you, it obviously it's very unlikely for them to hit a 31-point game, right?
They would win a
20
tiebreaker.
eliminations.
They would need
That
it.
would
They
be
would
a-
win a tiebreaker, so they only
Yeah.
need 20 elims only.
Only need 20 elims. And I don't think we've seen a 20 elim game yet in
S2G.
PMSL EMEA. Oh yeah, S2G. That was one of,
Yeah.
what was it, 48? How many matches we had so far?
We're coming up on, I think, like 70, almost 70. Because we've had 3 weeks of 24.
72
No,
total, right?
72 for each of our teams. No, a little bit less than that. I'll have to figure it out in a moment because Besiktas have got Falcons to handle, but it looks like Damar puts them back on their perch, sends them back to the lobby for the final time of league stage. The rest of Besiktas as well. Where was this Falcons before? Where have they been? They have not been able to put up enough numbers. But today, for some reason, they're just like really good. All of a sudden. Just winning fights, winning out scraps. And like Gaith has been an absolute demon. And now the rest of them are also rallying around it. But it's the last day, and they're dead last in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but at least it gives them hope that if they get here again in the future, there's another possibility for this team. So for the Falcons, I can't imagine they're too unhappy about this, John.
We even saw them get a chicken dinner today. And that's what's quite galling. I mean, they're still in 19th place, beating out only Heroic currently. Onyx Ravens a little bit ahead of them now. On those tables. So potential to shuffle up and get some bonus points to take home and show your friends.
Look at all these bonus points I got, guys.
Yeah, wow.
That I was unable to use.
Oh, that's so cool, dude. Wow, all those bonus points. That must be... Well, put them right here on the fridge.
Milky Way goes down to the Onyx Ravens. Twisted Minds also getting ripped to pieces here by NIGMA Galaxy. In the meantime, they're also sending direct over towards Na'Vi. Not sure what Moneymakers are doing. They haven't moved yet.
They're making money. I don't know how.
Printing it over there in Ports Parties.
They want to stay on the 169 point mark. That's what they want to do.
Yes, the nice points margin.
In 4th place, I mean, Gladiators could take that from them.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Still.
But Gladiators on Miramar is typically one of their best maps. See what they can actually get done with it. They are on the northern side. Just waiting for stage 2 in about 39 seconds.
Okay.
That's right. I waited. I predicted the time as it happened.
Wow.
I can count.
You knew what was coming after 40, and for that, I respect you.
I need some bonus points.
Well, you could ask Max and Jason. They're stealing half of our team's bonus points before they go into the finals, as they are going to reduce it by half. Obviously, on a 3-day tournament, having the full whack of your bonus points can be a little bit unbalanced, so Jason and Max decided to level things out a little bit, take some of those bonus points for themselves, save them for a rainy day, which means that you get 40 bonus points at the end of this week 3. You get 20 extra points into the finals to give you that little bit of a head start That's what teams are fighting for.
Ooh,
Maximum possible
nasty.
bonus points. That is a nasty shift. Maximum possible bonus points is 60, and nobody will be able to do that because Team Spirit has 20 and 19, meaning that they can't possibly make it, but they can get pretty close. We'll see what they're able to do at the end of today. This is a nasty shift up to Monte Nuevo.
It is pretty crazy. A lot of teams moving up there. I believe we still have the bonus points awarded for coming first in the overalls as well. On that side, so it's not just the weeks.
Some potential extra to be added onto the tallies there. Navi still around the Valdemar Bridge. And Twisted Minds. I mean, going down here would give Onyx Ravens a outside and very unlikely chance of just blasting the entirety of the rest of the lobby and maybe making it.
What is Falcons doing? Taking down Team Spirit now.
Who told them they could do that? What's going on?
I don't know, but it's not going terribly for them.
They're doing pretty good. This is what I'm saying. Where has this team been? Oh, it's quite unfortunate, really. And I mean, it's possible that it's born out of other teams taking a more timid approach and a more safe approach to the final day, and them sort of just letting loose. Because, of course, there's no pressure on them, because it's just almost impossible for them to actually qualify. So they just take this as a chance to sharpen their blade. Nomi, maybe next up. So have the Falcons' talons ripping through him. As the vehicle he's in, taking a beating. Proper haranguing coming on through, but Kitsune puts some back over their way. Swaps out the vehicles. Kitsune wants to try and pick up his teammate now. Nomi gets the heal off. Damar's down, and Ragnar will want the res. Falcons, they need slowed down.
I mean, for Team Spirit, I think now this match is done for them, right? 6 eliminations for the Falcons so far. What is this? It's crazy. This is a fairly grim circle, to be honest. Or towards this north side, around the fielded area. Really difficult to play. 3D Max does make their way up towards the season side. I think 3D Max is probably the only team that I'm really watching this game. I think Moneymakers is on one of those weird days. And it looks like it's going to be a fielded finish.
Wow.
This is going to cut out a lot of teams.
Gladiators.
There is about a good old donut-sized circle towards the center of that, which is just going to be unplayable area until later on.
3D Max currently sitting on the east side of things, potentially a little bit away from the rest of it. Kitsune hunted down, taken away by DA here from the Falcons, who are out on the hunt, but DA have other ideas now. Just Nomi for Team Spirit. And this guy has been an absolute terror over the league stages. He has now, I believe, if he gets any damage here, he will out-damage Zedwolf. And I believe he's already outstripped him on the elimination counts as well by a little bit of a margin. Nomi has been devastating for Team Spirit. A really solid linchpin of that roster. But this might be his final hurrah in the league stage. See if he can mount to anything in the finals, anything similar. Because there he goes. Team Spirit out for the last time. Their hopes of getting up to first dashed on the rocks. Can the Moneymakers jump up over them, claim an extra bonus point? Can Gladiators as well? They're not too far behind. And the Gladiators' position looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's very little needed now to jump up and over for the Moneymakers. Just that 1 point required. They are coming in from that south edge, though. Even just 2 placement points do the trick. Not too difficult for them. NIGMA Galaxy in a slightly awkward situation up against Onyx Ravens. 2 eliminations so far. Ali has gone down, though, sadly. Giving up the ghost on the game. Ralph takes a big hit. Lord finds Leif, though. It's just going back and forth here. This looks to be a pretty unfortunate engagement happening out on the western edge.
Yeah, the Onyx Ravens. They put up a good fight for us, and we have enjoyed watching this team. There's been moments that really stick out. I think probably the biggest event in their tournament run so far was when they stepped out towards IWNRX, edge guarded them on the final match of week 1 of Erangel, and they played third party to an interesting engagement over in Zaki. That's where I think we first really started to be engaging with this roster in such a positive way, and I think that they do have a positive future ahead of them. Like you've said with the Falcons, so too is it true with Onyx Ravens. They both have metaphorically spread their wings.
Oh, that's nice of you to say that. Next circle does shift over towards the Gladiators up on that high ground. Lovely position to play. Can get a little bit dicey though. Twisted Minds, Dammy, taking down the remaining members. In fact, taking down all the remaining members of Onyx Ravens. And Dammy would be the guy that I would like to see push the Onyx Ravens out. And the Onyx Ravens probably be okay with as well. Vigors accepting that his brother will be the end of him. Happy that his brother gets to move on towards those finals.
RCB and Moneymakers now, with oversight from Na'Vi on the north. Trying to make the most of this scrap. Moneymakers down to 2 players and their run towards the top spot's cut short. However, they have laddered up over Team Spirit there, which means an extra bonus point for them and 1 less bonus point for Team Spirit. Could make all the difference, but we'll have to wait for that because that will really impact us in the finals. Gladiators as well. I mean, this is the sort of game where a team like Gladiators could get a huge elimination count, but 27? I don't think so. That would put them up there at the first place spot, which is why I bring up the number 27.
Yeah, that's not happening. That is not happening. But they could get a good chunk of bonus points off the back of this game, right, John? Which is the main thing. Na'Vi spawning over towards the Moneymakers, who need just those 2 points, and they have got them. Up to 3rd place now. Gladiators looking to chase them. Gladiators are down to 3 players, though, which is unfortunate. Like I said, it's easy to lose players up there. You have to be a little bit careful about it. Koa will find another. 4 points now accrued.
The Moneymakers trying to put a little gap between them and Gladiators, who have shown a little bit of weakness to their north side. Neos, I believe it was Neos, anyway, from Brute Force, was able to find that off angle for them. Tixie Frozen and Matic left on the roster for the Gladiators on the high ground position that they hold. And this is traditionally kind of a weakness of this area, of this spot, is losing a player to a pick. If you go down on the high ground that the Gladiators currently hold, it's so hard to get back up there for another player if you haven't already got someone up there. And to try and find a little bit of safety. So they haven't managed to keep all 4 of their players alive, but they still have such a dominating presence. So you can see teams now sending for these pretty much last-ditch attempt areas of the map into these little hay sheds. Havlik trying to duck around the bales, but NIGMA Galaxy across the way. We've got FLUX in the warehouses to the south as well.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is here is that, you know, this circles can still head to the eastern side, right? So you send that over to those fields because there's really nowhere else to play. That's made from pre-pod up towards Dammy. But this could still be just a free win to a team like DA or 3D Max if this heads over towards the eastern side. And we'll see fairly shortly if that's the case. And it does head over towards the east.
Okay. This is pretty interesting.
Tough circle, man.
This is pretty interesting. And 3D Max, remember, can chase 8 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Would see them even with IWNRX and push them over the top with the tiebreaker that they have. More chicken dinners right now on the record. 3D Max looking to put someone over the road as well. Navallo scouting the opposing side here. Underneath Yekta, who is also scouting for DA. So interweaving with each other right now. And someone's going to have to come out on top. But the fact that 3D Max are a little bit more splitting down the middle of DA gives them my favor right now. We'll see if they're able to leverage that and make that work for them. You can see Tixi on that supreme high ground that has afforded Gladiators such a powerful position over this circle for the last while. But they've only got one elimination out of this. And now they really need to start racking up more and more and more.
Yeah, Brute Force has found a lot of success from crashing up on this north side of this mountain as well. Teams just aren't able to deal with them. And from this spot, you can't even nade downwards either. Sort of an amusing circle to end our tournament off on. It is just hellish in this area.
Na'Vi down. Points going split between Twisted Minds, I think, there. And I think Brute Force as well, but Twisted Minds go down as well. But they've done enough today. They've kept themselves safe. Just about slipping in through the window once the door started to close into our finals. We'll be seeing more from them. For the time being, though, it's up to Gladiators. It's up to 3D Max to start to snaffle away those bonus points from the top of the tables.
Brute Force just edging their way around in the vehicle. FLUX also looking a lot better at the end of the day. It's so annoying seeing all these teams just hit up on some very strong results and just be unable to carry that on.
This never gets old.
No, it doesn't. They're actually going for it as well. They're coming for him.
Really slowly, though, and Tixi starts spraying him away. He backs off the angle. He sees everybody come for the Pre-Pod is just a turret on the back of this buggy. This is the slowest roll-up I've ever seen. He nades over the top, and they go for the spray, and Tixi goes down. The Gladiators get less rolled over and more very slowly smushed, but back they go. Slam it in reverse. Down to the bottom. The buggy goes up. Oh, they can't go back up. That's actually pretty big. They're split now.
That is. It's quite funny, actually. That was the slowest and most threatening roll-up I have ever seen. Just all of them in there. Next circle, dead center. This is one crazy way to finish the day. NIGMA Galaxy out. 6 eliminations, 8th place. That is sort of where I see NIGMA Galaxy at the moment. Rocket Machine trying for it.
I'm still
having as much success.
I'm still thinking about 3D Max on the south here. They've got Navallo across. If it's not a team on the high ground, I think they've got a very good chance of taking this game home. And as soon as the circle pushes off the high ground, it is basically curtains for the teams up the top. They can use those vehicles to drop down, but you spot that, they're gone. They're gone. You just spray down that vehicle. There's nothing they can do about it. They're moving too quickly. They can't get the aim in. They just careen off the edge, and it's night-night for them. I think Neos, currently, for Brute Force, pretty close to hitting that Centenary Club, getting 100 eliminations, but I think he's just a little bit too far away now. Matic backed off the angle, though, and he's looking for more. Chudo finds the nade and immediately confirms his teammate one.
Lovely stuff. Gladiators eliminated. Down and out.
Uh-oh.
Having that strong high ground position. Goodness me. 3D Max. Forget that there's a whole other side to this mountain. Brute Force somehow, some way have commandeered the mountain itself. The pirates of the peaks.
You don't need the Black Pearl. You don't need to be fast. All you need is the Brute Force buggies. The slowest ship on the Seven Seas.
The brutish armada.
They certainly forced their way on up there.
Coming at you at 2 kilometers an hour.
We'll be there in 20 minutes and you better be afraid.
you can just see them down the street.
Just
Good shot from
mad
Freezer
dogging
though,
you.
towards Lux. Yeah. Keeping eye contact the whole time.
Ooh, I'm gonna get you.
You know,
Ooh.
speaking of that, I think we have to say is that IWNRX have now secured their position in first place. 3D Max take their second place, and the Moneymakers ladder up towards a third there. Overall, pretty good job.
Well, hang on
I
a
think
minute.
that teams...
Because technically, Narvalo could still get 8 eliminations and a chicken dinner here.
Yes, technically. Yes, technically.
Yeah, there's the wet blanket to your little speech there. Okay.
Yeah. Also, you're pulling my leg. So,
That's it.
yeah, for Team Spirit, they drop out. I'm not sure if this is a case of them just saving their push for the finals, which I would understand personally.
Footballist Chaos taking flak now from DA, who have been pretty effective. But there's only so much you can do when Freezer's got you dead to rights. With this high ground, Neos has a very real opportunity to jump up towards that centenary. He was 4 eliminations short at the start of this match of getting 100 eliminations so far in league stage. He's got 1 of them. He needs 3 more in order to join that club. There's not too many players up in that club. I think we're up to 7 total of players in that bracket.
It's very exclusive.
Absolutely. If he wants to join it, well, you know how to do it. Robs was next up to try and join that, by the way, on 94 at the start of this match. He's not going to get anything on this one. And he will have to stay below the triple digits. It's unfortunate. Brute Force have taken a knock onto Chudo, but they answer over to Doka Machine.
He goes downhill there. Football is Kairos. Certainly, at least with this game, just in terms of placement points, they'll be happy. Even if they didn't know they'd done it, they've definitely done it now. Neos looks to send a grenade down the hill. That looks pretty on target to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
huge. That's the re-knock as well. Means he gets the credit. Might just drop another one. Rookie, though. Maybe sneaking something through. Answer over to Prepod. Very close by, but only tickles a little bit. Neos maybe looking to push on in. Crest the ridge, gets the spray. Good for 1. Good for the flush as well. That's the second. He needs 2 more to reach 100. Brute Force looking to join that club. Put it up to 8 in triple digits. And he wants to find it here. Spots them and easily lights both of them up. And there he goes. He tucks it away. That 4th elimination now added to Neos' tally. And with it, he's up to 100 eliminations. The 8th player to be able to achieve that goal.
Which is very few in the grand scheme of it, right? You got 80 players total within this whole lobby, including the 4 that don't play with us on each day.
And subs beside that as well.
Yeah. Only 10% of players are able to make it up to 100 eliminations, and Neos is now one of them. 2 teams remaining between DA and Brute Force. Typical Brute Force, though, to come out with an absolute banger right at the end of the day.
Comeback kings after all. How high will this propel them up the tables? That is the question. Prepod falling a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't happen on the tables. Freezer up high. Neos in the buggy. Can go on this rescue mission. But can DA stop this? DA have been, I mean, again, this is what DA was so good at. Have been masterful at doing. Moving into position, keeping people at bay, and playing them off against one another. We just haven't seen it for about a week now. And here it is. In the same match that Brute Force step up in the final moments, DA go back to their power.
I mean, it's a bit of a weird game, to be honest with you. You do not often see this as the center of the circle. Honestly, you know, Zone 9 is next, and Brute Force do not have to leave. Brute Force could sit at the top of this mountain, and they will just win. What they really want is more elims.
I mean, yeah, they've got 11 already, but
Yeah.
why 11?
They
when
literally,
you could
all
have
they have to do
15.
is just leave one player up top.
Drop all the first aids over.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't even need first aids because they literally cannot scale any closer to him, so they will just die.
There's a buggy with DA. They could make the same threat that Brute Force did to Gladiators.
Maybe. We'll see. Let's check it out.
Oh, I'm checking. Neos. He wants to go further than 100. Not with that nade, though. Nade up from Nico. Was that a nade? Or was that Molotov? Not too sure. Might have just been a smoke.
Can we underarm these, please?
Oh, look at that. A drop down. They've left pre-pod now down on the low ground.
Underarm. Goodness me. There we go.
No, he's gonna change his posture.
Actually put it away. That's frustrating.
No, he's back to overarm. He's going for it. This is a very quiet ending to a very, very loud game. And there's Prepod. He's stepping around. He's going for that side swipe. This is what you wanted to see. Have 2 players drop down potentially. He's got 4 first aids though. Chuck's in that stunner. All you're doing is,
you just deny anyone like getting in a buggy.
Uh-oh. Neos.
Hello?
Freezer needs to stay up
I think Chudo's going to be the one leaving. Chudo's going to stay because he's got the full HP, right?
Actually, technically, he should drop down because you can start healing before the blue zone hits you when you've taken damage.
Who should?
If
Chudo.
Oh, no, wait. Freezer's not below that 75 health mark. You can start the first aid if you're below 75 health.
Yeah. I think that, honestly, Chudo will probably just stay up top. I mean, the meds are just non-existent there.
They're not going to. Oh, my God. They want to go.
Do not go. Do not go. You have center circle. I wouldn't mind Freezer dropping down just to get the tags on the players. So if you get the tags on the players, at least I think you get the play zone credit. Off you go, Freezer.
You see,
how have they taken damage?
I think this is tactical. Again, from the players downstairs, or upstairs rather, to allow themselves to take damage from the blue zone so that they can start the first aid before the blue zone fully closes. Is the center off the top here? I think DA might actually have the inside here on the low ground, and drop down they go. DA now with a chance to shut this down, but Freezer with a pump action. 1, 2 around the side, but he just falls short in the smoke. DA stay alive, and it gets right down to the wire. A mad drop down from Brute Force. They didn't have the center of the circle after all. It was in the favor of DA. And in the final closing moments, DA rack up 24 points and a chicken dinner. The last match of the league stage here at PMSL EMEA. And they put up that performance. A strong setup. And brother, let me tell you, it's a strong one from DA.
What a weird game. What a weird game that was. And I mean, that might have been over a lot sooner. If only we underarmed it.
Maybe.
So annoying. just underarm the nade. Idiot.
Whoa.
Throwing it too far.
Oh, dear.
I get the fact that they could probably run away, which is why you wait for the circle to crunch them in, right? And then you underarm the grenades because they can't realistically run out back into the blue.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's just a case of not fully knowing the terrain. It's not often you end up there, so I can forgive that.
That is true. And what a disappointment for Gladiators as well, for Brute Force.
I have seen Gladiators take that position multiple times and lose from that position multiple times.
I know. It is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is weird. There goes Niels. Easy pick up for Nico. There goes Chudo out wide. He goes low. Freezer goes 1. I think he nearly got the second
Freezer went
there.
absolutely crazy.
I mean, there's a reason that this guy is a rising star, right? He is the front runner right now. Highest damage on this match, 985. This is a great pickup for Brute Force. The first performance in PMSL or PMPL, and the guy has absolutely been switched on the entire time. Brute Force obviously having their ups and their downs, but absolutely when they are shining, so is he. He is absolutely on a level with the other players on that roster, and rightfully would deserve that title, should be able to claim it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from them. DA, 24 points. That should push them a little bit further up the leaderboard, actually, and get themselves some more bonus points. I wonder how far it's pushed Brute Force up. And FLUX, man, why couldn't we do this earlier?
Exactly.
Why couldn't we do this earlier?
Oh dear. 3D Max only 3 points on that match from the south side, where DA were playing from. It could have been them. It could have been them. It wouldn't have been enough, though. Oh, no, wait. No, it would have been, actually. With 14 elims, they only needed 18 points. So if 3D Max had won out that fight on the south with DA, this could have been their chance to take that first place spot. But no, denied.
Very much denied. Heading down towards our third page. Onyx Ravens, the 3 points from Elims. Twisted Minds, 3 points for Elims themselves. Gladiators only at 2 points, with such a strong position as well. And Team Spirit just went down in that game fairly early, let's say. It's been an unfortunate one. It's been an unfortunate one.
Yeah, for sure. It was a couple of teams with a chance to make a difference there towards the top of the tables, but I think the big shakeups are going to happen towards the middle of the tables when it comes to those overalls for both week 3 and across our week. Let's take a look at the teams that were able to take home the chicken dinners today across all 6 of our maps that rounded out week number 3 for our league stage. Of course, Sanhok kicked off with Team Spirit looking pretty frosty on a 9 elimination chicken dinner, but still a great start. Virtus Pro with 18 making the most of our day, and 3.7 thousand damage on that one as well for our first Erangel. But again,
huge game, actually.
A big spread on this one. And I look at the second half of the day, and it's like we were talking about during that Miramar, Falcons, FLUX, DA. This is absolutely what we needed to see just a couple of weeks earlier. Could have been so much different for them.
Unfortunately, it just was not the case. Again, it's been an awesome league stage so far, and here's our overalls to cap things off. INFINIX on week 3, able to take home that first place comfortably, 200 points. They just sat back, put the shades on, and relaxed for that final day. 3D Max were not relaxed because they just could not get the points in. Just some mistakes here and there, despite often getting towards that end game, John, annoyingly so. Moneymakers jump up into 3rd place with Team Spirit, just hovering behind them at 170 points in 4th place.
There's Brute Force in 7th as well, 156, entering the front page there, just over NIGMA Galaxy on 155. Nice stuff for them. And DA will be resident of that second page, even after that 24-point chicken dinner, but only just. They're only about, I think that was 6 points behind 8th place. DA will be up there. They will get a couple of more bonus points from laddering up quite a way. In that middle of the tables, obviously, it's a lot tighter packed. But now we are down to it. 24 matches played by all of our teams. They have gone all the way. Each of them playing 72 matches across our 3 weeks. It is quite the monumental task. It has been quite a way, and 80 matches total that have been played out here. Heroic right there at the bottom, and unfortunately confirming their place on the outside. Any guesses as to MVP? I'm feeling like it's kind of an interesting one. I mean, could it be... I actually don't know. I really don't know. Do you want to take a guess, or are we just going to wait for the reveal?
I just don't know.
I've no clue.
I just don't know.
I genuinely could not. Let's say someone from Team Spirit.
Let's do a reveal.
Why not? Let's do a reveal. Who was the MVP? It is.
It was Nomi.
It is Nomi.
I got it as it came before it came on, so I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for that one. I did also get some help from outside sources, so I feel like I cheated a little bit. Okay.
All right.
But 3,800 damage is nuts. I think that's one of the highest we've actually seen. And considering the day, feels weird.
Yeah.
Feels weird. But 18 eliminations, did not want to leave that spot in terms of damage to Zed Wolf, apparently, and shuts them down right at the end there.
Absolutely. And with today's day, that puts Nomi, I believe, on the highest elimination count of any player in this tournament so far, on 115. He has gone absolutely off the chain. And I mean, it's a really, really strong thing.
I think it's a little bit rigged, because I feel like Nomi we should recognize as the first player to 100 in the tournament, because INFINIX had an extra day over them.
Maybe. Maybe.
I think that should be the case.
We'd have to compare per game records here. We'll have to dive into that. I'm sure we'll post about it on social media. But yeah, absolutely. Nomi certainly deserves a lot of praise and a lot of honor for his performance so far.
Confirmed. First player to 100.
Okay. All right. You've just dived right on in there.
Let's take a look at our overalls from all 3 weeks. See how things shaped up towards that top side. And it is Team Spirit, 568. Confident win from these boys. And Brute Force, 3rd place. 10 points above the Moneymakers. And IWNRX, rightfully so, in 2nd place there.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Spirit kept it so consistent across all 3 weeks that this top spot is far from a surprise from anyone who's been following this tournament so far. Even with their slip-ups, even with their mistakes and sometimes vulnerabilities being on display, they just keep coming back and they do not stop. And it is a testament to the skill of these players. We talked about Nomi, but we've got to talk about the rest of them as well. Naomi has been a force to be reckoned with. Effect as well, playing so well together. And Kitsune, the mastermind behind it all, has just been non-stop go for this team. So Team Spirit, a force to be reckoned with and a likely predictor for one of those top 4 spots to be going over to Riyadh later this year.
Absolutely. I would 100% agree. There's been some really interesting ups and downs, and it has been a true battle towards that bottom side of these leaderboards. Obviously, NIGMA Galaxy, Digital Athletics, 3D Max, it has been rough. Let's take a quick look further down the table here, and it is a pretty big drop-off up until S2G, who just haven't been able to keep up that kind of massive performance that we saw from in the past there. Yeah. Twisted Minds just making it in at 330 points, with Footballers Chaos above them at 332. And underneath them is obviously Heroic. Onyx Ravens, oh man. They really did their best today. They really gave it their all.
But it was just short of the mark. Unfortunately for them, they end their tournament on 295, and they will be going home with their participation reward, which is, of course, $2,000. So not empty-handed, but still. Commiserations to them, to Heroic, to Team Falcons, and to Na'Vi. A lot of talented players on these rosters. We saw more from the Falcons than we've seen in a long, long time. We saw more from Na'Vi today. We didn't see anything from Heroic. They weren't playing today. But absolutely a very talented set of players. Even though they are going to go home, we will be seeing more from them, I'm sure, in the future. And I'll be looking out for these names cropping up once more.
Let's take a look at those bonus points that were accrued. This is what's going to help you in those finals. This is where you ended up throughout all the weeks. And it is indeed Team Spirit with 56 on the total. IWNRX at 47. Brute Force. Ah, yes. We're not listing this by order.
What order are we listing it by, though?
We're listing it by overalls. Overalls.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So honestly, for Team Spirit, I think they are far away and ahead a lot of other teams when it comes to those bonus points. It works out to be around about a good game in hand, right? Which can be a big deal. But IWNRX, the type of team that could easily shake a fist at that. I like the fact that Brute Force is at 49. I don't think I expected that.
They were consistent. Obviously, they got second place in week 2. They sort of snuck in on week 1 at 16 points and obviously laddering up a bit here right at the end of week 3. I think that's probably where the majority of the surprise comes from, is the fact that in that last match, they were able to get loads and loads of points and jump, I think, probably around 5 bonus points in one fell swoop, right? Which would drop them down quite far. Remember that we are halving these bonus point numbers when it comes to the finals, so it will be a little bit more squidged down.
Yeah, it will be. So make sure you keep that in mind. Heading on to our second page, 36 points there for FLUX. Actually gaining more over S2G, which I did not expect going to the finals there. Power Esports with 32, but that's off the back of a horrendous week 2. About down in the 17th place there.
Yeah, the difference really comes back to bite you. Power's a bit of an interesting one. It is quite odd. Down in the bottom 4, overall earners, are they the bottom 4 bonus point scorers? It looks like they are. Heroic were able to carve out 12 bonus points from week 1. And that's kind of crazy.
Big deal, actually.
That is a big,
It's
deal,
a big deal
because other teams would have absolutely loved to have 6 more points going into the finals, right? That would be absolutely great. Twisted Minds would have absolutely loved it, of course, because they need all the help they can get right now on 19, tied with Foot Chaos right at the bottom of those bonus point scorings. But we won't be seeing any of those 4 teams at the bottom with us any further. Next week, they are cut from our roster. We only have 16 teams left, and only space for 4 to go straight to the group stages at the Esports World Cup later on. The 5th place team, of course, going to that survival stage for the same tournament. Next week, we'll be kicking things off on the 7th. That's Friday of next week for our finals here, for their chance to get a whole chunk of change as well as those qualification spots.
Yep, 4 days off in between. But again, thank you so much for sticking with us over 3 weeks. It has been a marathon of a tournament so far here at the PMSL EMEA, but we hope you've enjoyed every single game that you have watched. It has been awesome. And I can only imagine the finals is going to be an absolute fire starter.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It has been great to see that our teams have been looking excellent over the course of this tournament so far. Sometimes a little bit less excellent than others, but I'll tell you what would make you guys excellent is joining in with our Pass event here. Of course, we are looking at the very fine, very fresh Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP45, obviously representing EMEA. We've got Kelsey and Lord there at the back, but looking pretty cool there. We got Yummy, Top, and Carrillo as well from across the world for our PMSL Powerhouse event. Runs from May 31st to June 30th, so make sure you're logging in, claiming your vouchers so that you can get points to help you level up during this event.
Absolutely. And here is your code underneath us on the screen. It is EMEA X PMSL Pass. Redeem that one to help you level up quicker over in that event to get your soup. And in fact, maybe even the Dark Legend UMP. But again, we're giving freebies all the time. There might be even more freebies over at the finals, so you just have to wait and see.
Could be. Can't promise anything, though. You have to tune in and find out where you, too, hopefully can unleash the beast with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at PMSL EMEA. Find out more about that at monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Indeed. And maybe I'll get my pack of Monster at the end of this one. All of our socials can be found just underneath me and John here. Stay up to date with the show and get a little reminder on your phone when those finals are going live so you can tune in and make sure that you see the conclusion of this maddeningly good tournament.
It has been a step up time and time again for EMEA, and we are at the best of the best. The top 16 teams from the region will be going at it in not too long, a couple of days' time. Make sure you stay tuned and stay up to date because it is going to be one hell of a finals. We'll see you there.